This was the day they came to interview the criminal for the first time. The journalist was looking to use her story in a new documentary. She held out her business card, trying to get the girl on her side. The woman claimed that people who aren't usually mixed up in that life rarely commit crimes. She wanted to hear more about her personal life, not just what happened. The criminal looked thoughtfully at the journalist, wondering where to even begin. The woman decided to give her a nudge and suggested starting with Kang Seo. She circled a note in her pad and mentioned that they'd known each other for a solid 10 years. The criminal said they were the same age and put each other through a lot. After a short pause, she suddenly made a noise, like something had just clicked. She glanced out the window and said she knew where to begin. After that, she decided to start her long story with her life's history. At 20 years old, she finally managed to make a firm decision. She'd dreamed of leaving home for ages, but just couldn't bring herself to do it. The girl stared at the super expensive computer her drunk mom bought for her brother. She refused to do the same for her daughter and often came home hammered. On top of that, she had to spoon-feed her brother and take care of him. Every year, the situation at her house just became unbearable. Somehow, she managed to find a new place, which cost her all her savings. The living conditions were awful, but they gave her the freedom she craved. Now nobody could barge into her room anymore to nag and hit her. Her family didn't care about anything except the money they took from her, but that actually worked out in her favor. She was scared at first, but over time, everything fell into place perfectly. One day, her sense of freedom vanished, and she snapped back to reality. One day at work, a coworker asked her if she had a boyfriend. She wasn't exactly thrilled, but she still swapped numbers and even started seeing him. After a while, he took her to a hotel, but she realized she couldn't go through with it. Disappointed, he asked her to just be honest. Did she even want this? He accused her of never loving him and always being such a cold fish. She was so disgusted that all she could say was, "I'm sorry." He kept ragging on her for not inviting him back to her place. The dude was laying it on thick, trying to get her to hook up and playing mind games. He was desperate to know why she wouldn't, but she couldn't even think of a reason. Finally, she just blurted out that she wasn't ready to bring anyone home. She knew it sounded lame, but she hoped he'd understand where she was coming from. Against all odds, he just flipped out, dropping F-bombs and calling her a liar. He whined about how much it cost him to get a room every time, but she didn't care. Then he stormed off, throwing in that her own mother was ashamed of her for it. He didn't let her get a word in, just declared they were through. The girl didn't say anything, just thought about how they split the motel costs 50-50. So ended her first relationship, and autumn replaced summer. Just when she was getting used to her boring life, all sorts of thoughts started popping into her head. She envied the natural ease and openness of other people. They were bursting with life, and it seemed like their lives were so simple. They didn't feel empty from loneliness and knew what they wanted. One of those days, she was rushing to work because her coworker had quit. With a heavy heart, she realized she'd have to postpone her trip to the library. That day, she had no idea she was about to meet the man she'd marry. He was standing in the middle of the street, staring right at her, his eyes locked on her. Seemed like there wasn't any hesitation or shyness in his gaze, just pure interest. She caught his eye right away and thought to herself, "Damn, he's hot." This random dude looked like he was lost in thought, tilting his head a little. The girl immediately took that as some kind of weird, out-of-nowhere move. He kept staring her down and took a step forward, like he was going to come over. At some point, his stare started creeping her out, so she decided to bail. She figured she'd never see him again. But then they ended up in the same lecture. Even when he was hanging with other students, he still noticed her. He'd instantly zone out of whatever he was talking about and go back to staring. She thought it would fade, but for some reason, he just wouldn't let it go. It was like fate kept throwing them together, so they kept ending up in the same places. He wasn't trying to stalk her, but they kept running into each other. Eventually, he started acting like a cat hunting a toy. One of those days, she finally snapped and asked him point-blank why he was staring. The dude went silent, like he was searching for the right words. He was about to answer, but some girl he knew glommed onto him, saying she'd been looking all over for him. He immediately told her to stop grabbing his arm and said it was totally out of line. For some reason, that's when the girl felt this sharp pang of loss. After that, she didn't pay Seo any attention, until one night. She finally got together with her classmates at a cafe to just talk. The girls were amazed how she managed to do so well in school with all her side hustles. They weren't exactly besties, but the girls kept inviting her out for drinks. Her classmates were all dreamy-eyed, yakking about which winter resort they wanted to hit up. Meanwhile, she was just stressing about how she was going to cover the utility bills this month. She sighed, totally beat, and tried to just chill and not think about money for once. She snapped back to reality when she heard Kang Seo from the business department was showing up. She noticed it was that dude who was always staring at her. She wondered out loud if he was some kind of campus celebrity. The girls smirked mysteriously, surprised to see her actually interested in a guy. They told her he was so popular, girls were always hitting him up for his digits. A big-time talent agency even came after him, but he turned them down. This classmate of mine proposed a bet. Whoever gets a guy's number doesn't pay for booze. At first, she wanted to back out, but the girl who started it didn't even wait for an answer. She immediately ran up to some dude for his number, but got shot down. She smiled and said he had a great personality, like she wasn't even bummed. The other girl came back empty-handed too, and said he was a real piece of work. She told Haru to down a drink for courage before trying to get a number. This girl said she wasn't getting out of it that easily and took off her glasses. They touched up Haru's face, but she still felt totally insecure. She tried to say no, but her classmates shoved her towards the guy anyway. They were totally cheering her on, like this was all just a big joke to them. In the end, Hera actually went up to the guy to get his number. She was red as a beet and barely managed to stammer out a request for it. His buddy ribbed him, saying they should have all come over as a group. On top of that, she even forgot her phone, but he was nice enough to offer his. He smiled and told her to put her number in so he could give her a call. So, he made it clear that, out of the three of them, he was the one willing to give her his number. She sheepishly took the phone and blushed even harder. The girl instantly punched in the digits and handed it back. Right after that, he immediately answered the phone and called her, so she'd know it was really him. She shyly thanked him for actually going through with it. Her classmates were blown away that she actually snagged his number. Before heading out, Haru glanced back at him one last time, just to see him. She'd downed so much booze tonight, everything was starting to swim. She was celebrating big time, especially since the drinks were on the house. Seo walked into the restroom and was clearly surprised to see her there too. He apologized for barging in, but she immediately said she was leaving anyway. She quickly dried her hands, wanting to get out of the bathroom ASAP. She wasn't even surprised when she caught him looking again. She apologized and explained she got his number because of a bet. The guy casually said it was no big deal. He didn't mind at all. After that, he pierced her with that intense, studying gaze again. He went beet red the second she dared to ask him what was up. He apologized and asked if she went to Sayin hi. The girl really thought about what he said, like she was trying to remember. Turns out, they went to the same school and even hung out a bit. He offered her a drink and mentioned he transferred to another school pretty quick. Haru looked at the guy thoughtfully, wondering what the heck happened to him. She remembered him being pretty average and kinda short back then. Now she understood why he kept staring at her like that. She choked after he said he even had a thing for her back then. He offered her a napkin with a smile, trying to explain why. But he couldn't really come up with a reason, so he just said he liked her. She blushed, surprised he didn't even flinch after saying something like that. He noticed she was shivering and pointed out she wasn't dressed for the weather. She rubbed her cold hand and said she could handle it. Even so, he tried to take off his jacket to put it around her. Haru kept refusing, but he went ahead and put his scarf on her anyway. He carefully wrapped it around her with a smile, saying he could at least share that. She was so desperate for someone to care. Even a little bit of kindness charmed her. That's why she just went with it, letting herself be drawn in. Hey, she blamed it on being drunk, plus it was a freaking cold day. She figured one time wouldn't hurt, and she was really digging the warmth of that scarf. All that stuff combined is why she didn't exactly push Seo away. Unlike other dudes, his kisses weren't totally gross. He pulled back from her lips and kinda hinted that his place was just around the corner. His game was the same as any other guy, but for some reason, she wasn't cringing. She looked into his eyes and started making up a bunch of excuses to justify saying yes. Next morning, she woke up in his apartment and scrambled to get dressed. Unlike her, the dude was still sawing logs in his bed. She glanced at him, feeling a little underwhelmed, you know? The girl carefully folded the borrowed scarf and placed it next to the bed. The second she got home, She started looking for emergency birth control. She groaned, annoyed that she'd have to go to the doctor for a prescription. Right after that, she noticed she had a missed call from some number she didn't recognize. She answered it and heard Kang Seo's voice, the guy she just ditched. He asked why she left and didn't wake him up. Something twisted in her chest when he apologized for what happened last night. She thought about how she knew this was coming all along. Haru knew he wouldn't date someone like her. He awkwardly said he was totally inexperienced, but he called her for more than just a drunken hookup. Seo confessed he was worried he might have come on too strong. She said she didn't regret anything, but she needed to get to the hospital. He offered to take her to the hospital and asked her where to meet. Later that day, he decided to escort her to a ahem lady doctor appointment. The whole situation was so new to him, he went beet red. The doctor handed her a prescription and told her to pick up the meds downstairs. Without hesitation, Kang Seo pulled out his card and said he'd cover it. He anxiously asked how bad the side effects could be. He apologized to Haru and promised he'd be more careful next time. It took her a second to realize he was talking about future plans. So that's how their thing started, even though they never actually, dated. They spent years together, celebrating everything from getting out of the service to finishing school. Their shared memories were a huge part of their lives. They even exchanged matching rings on their 7th anniversary. Time flew by so fast, they were suddenly staring down the barrel of 30. Over time, their life together just became a comfortable routine. She stared blankly at the TV screen, like she was waiting for something to happen. Meanwhile, her boyfriend was glued to some mobile game, not even watching the movie. Haru wanted to complain about the dirty mug, but he just said he'd take care of it. The whole vibe just screamed that they'd hit that stage where everyday life just gets old. He glanced at her and saw just how much his stuff lying around bugged her. The guy realized he messed up and hurried to make things right. He started kissing her, trying to promise her it wouldn't happen again. Seo asked her not to be mad and smiled, promising he'd clean everything up. As soon as he heard the doorbell, he bolted to get the delivery. Haru thought with annoyance that it was the same thing happening every day. He put down the box and said they really needed to fix their buzzer. They solved one problem, but now they had to decide what to watch. In the end, she totally made the call and chose a zombie flick. Seo realized with disappointment that his appetite was about to take a hit. He huffed, saying they should watch something else, for crying out loud. After that, their conversation devolved into a petty back and forth about chores. He was furious, but she had a comeback for everything he said. He reminded her how she pushed him to move in, and now she was threatening to kick him out. Seo rolled his eyes after she called him a slob. Ultimately, their argument ended with them actually blowing up at each other. They retreated to opposite sides of the bed in dead silence. She was so ticked off, she even yanked the covers off him. He scoffed, annoyed, and said he couldn't even believe this was happening. The phone screen lighting up signaled the arrival of their anniversary. Kang Seo shivered from the cold, missing the blanket like crazy. All Haru could think about was how they'd screwed up so badly. Even with the petty squabble, they had no idea what was coming. They were totally clueless about the nightmare they were about to walk into. The next morning, they finally decided to talk and break the ice. He apologized, but she just coldly said it was all his fault. Her stuck-up reply instantly pissed him off. He wanted her to apologize too, but she didn't think she'd done anything wrong. Seo was barely holding back from telling that selfish jerk what he really thought. He held his breath when she finally spoke after a short pause. She gave me this sly look and suggested we make up before work. I tried to bail, because I knew I'd be late for my shift. She decided to mess with my ego, asking if I was doubting myself. Next thing I knew, she was pinned against the bed. I undid her top button and told her she was just fueling my competitive fire. I smirked, all cocky, and told her to remember she started this. She laughed after I said she'd be crawling by the end. Despite everything I said, we were done in just a couple of minutes. I don't think either of us expected it to be that quick. I tried to cover, saying I didn't want to be late for work. Eventually, they finally dragged themselves out of bed and started getting ready. He was pulling on his shirt when he heard her say she had something for him. With a smile, Haru walked over to him and held out a little box. Turns out, she'd bought him a tie to celebrate his new job. She awkwardly mentioned it wasn't expensive, but he still felt great. He immediately kissed and hugged her, just overflowing with happiness. After a while, Kang Seo finally arrived at work. His boss chuckled and introduced the new guy to everyone. The department, without much enthusiasm, agreed to show him the ropes and where everything was. They started whispering that this place hires based on looks. During the break, they were stoked to brag about their huge client base. The staff was visibly shocked when they found out where he used to work. After that, they spent ages just shooting the breeze about previous jobs. Despite their different backgrounds and interests, they were having a pretty good time. One of the guys even started trying to rope him into hitting the gym together. They spotted their coworker, Sung-hee, heading out for coffee. The guy politely thanked her for her hard work, and then she shuffled off towards the store. The way she walked just screamed insecurity and gloom. One of the guys mentioned she hadn't cracked a smile once since she started. The others decided to remind him about that time he got caught talking smack behind someone's back. The dude got even angrier and was like, "What gossip are you even talking about?" Kang Seo just kept staring at the girl's silhouette, lost in thought. He casually reached for his wallet, kinda surprised he'd stumbled into a bunch of gossips. After what felt like forever, his workday finally wrapped up. He thanked his coworker for the pointers, even though he already knew the job. Then he headed off to check in with the boss before clocking out. Kang Seo stepped outside, ready to finally do what he'd been waiting for. He barely even got a puff in before BAM! He got smacked with a broom. The woman scolded him, reminding him she'd told him 1,000,000 times not to smoke there. She added that all the smoke from their special sticks was blowing right at them. That old lady was so pissed, she looked like she wanted to tear him limb from limb. She stormed off, telling him to go blow smoke somewhere else and not bother anyone. All he could do was apologize and head to a different area. He didn't even know they had a place like that, since he'd been hanging with the others. He lit up his incense stick and noticed someone was standing nearby. Kang Seo turned around and saw it was that same girl. They froze, standing a good distance apart, and the air got thick with awkwardness. He realized she was giving him the cold shoulder, and you could cut the tension with a knife. The girl pulled out an incense stick and a lighter, but the lighter wouldn't spark. She kept trying to light it, but it just wouldn't catch. Seo's eyes started twitching after she tried like 1,000,000 times. He held out a lighter so she could finally get it done. But the second she turned around, he saw tears streaming down her face. He set down the incense stick and asked if she was okay. Dude was surprised, like, "Whoa, she's really crying." Now she was feeling embarrassed on top of sad and bummed out. She made this totally freaked out noise, like she hadn't even seen him there. Sunny sniffled and apologized, saying she didn't realize he was there. Then she quickly handed him back the lighter. Situations like this used to cause a whole lot of drama. People always mistook his kindness for flirting, you know? Back in the day, he even got a kick out of it before he met the one. He stubbed out his cigarette and figured it was best not to lead anyone on. Kang Seo deliberately didn't take the lighter and said he had to bounce. He took off so fast, she was frozen, trying to figure out what just happened. The girl just stood there, feeling her heart pounding like crazy. That same evening, Haru finally got home from work. She was surprised her boyfriend was home before 7. He gave her a sly grin and said he finally knew what it was like to get off work on time. She held out a bag of groceries and asked if he was hungry. Haru gave him a sweet smile and told him to finally dig in. They barely sat down at the table when Seo started spilling all the details about his day at work. He whined about some old lady who smacked him on the back. After he complained about the pain, she took a good look at his back. She heard a notification on his phone and said, he told her to just read it and asked who it was. She saw a message from Chan Sung-hee thanking him for the lighter. Seo said she was just a coworker he bumped into in the smoking area. Haru refused to write her any messages or be the go-between. She realized she accidentally tapped something. The girl stumbled onto Seung-hee's profile and saw a beautiful young woman. Looks like she was definitely thrown for a loop by what she saw on the screen. She remembered that his last job was nothing but dudes. Haru gave the only girl in their office's chest a good once-over. She jokingly said she was jealous of her killer figure. Then he teased her about it. He told her to stop talking nonsense and get some exercise so her joints would stop aching. She fired back, saying his body was gonna rot from all the cigarettes. After that, he told her she should at least eat more than a bird. Haru sighed wearily and decided not to keep the argument going. He asked what that annoyed sigh was all about this time. Seo asked if she was seriously gonna nag him about gaming again. She grumbled, clearly annoyed, saying he should grow up a little at 31. Then she told him she was heading out on a business trip tomorrow. The next morning, she left the house and went to work. She had to admit, that woman was really bugging her. Something like this happened before when Seo went to those training seminars last year. She was standing on the street waiting because he was super late. After a while, he showed up and saw that she was pissed. Haru decided to change the subject and started looking for places nearby. Some girl ran up to them and asked what their relationship was. She even said she was jealous of his girlfriend because she's so tall. Seo pulled her in close, real gentle, and told her she was tall too. Then, smooth as you like, he added that he's got a thing for tall women. This girl just wanted to crawl under a rock because she was totally crushing on him. After that, she wished them a good night and bailed out of there, quick as she could. Just then, Haru turned around and saw someone was watching them. The second she looked back, this girl just took off. She didn't know if it was just a coincidence, but that moment stuck with her. Sometime later, her boyfriend got a proposition from his girlfriend to start seeing each other on the side. That's when she knew that weird feeling she had was totally legit. She wanted to find out if that message belonged to that chick. She was definitely surprised by her boyfriend's weird-ass response. He turned her down flat and said he was gonna block her. She didn't really get why he decided to blow that girl off so harshly. Right now, she was lost in thought, feeling the same way she did back then. It was like she was worried that there was now a girl in his crew. With those thoughts, she walked into the office and greeted her coworkers. She noticed where her coworker was looking, the one who was trash-talking some skank. The girl was pissed that he was bringing her lattes and being nice to her. She figured all married guys are the same and told her to watch her back. Word around the office was that girl got canned for messing around with a married professor. Nobody could figure out how Yureen even landed a job at our company. Haru didn't really want to get into her extracurriculars since it wasn't her business. As soon as she went to the boss, he told her to pass on some work to Yaren. He said he'd heard she was the only one not working with Yaren. The guy wasn't taking any arguments and just ordered her to give her some easy stuff. She soon realized Yureen had been whining about not fitting in with the team. Eventually, she gave her the assignment, blaming it on a seminar. Yaren was over the moon just to be noticed. Even though she was raring to go, Haru still had her doubts. After that, she left, figuring Yureen could handle things. She glanced at the time and realized she'd been held up handing off her work. The girl thought she should see her guy before heading out. She tried calling him, but he wasn't picking up. She kept trying to get a hold of him, but it was no use. After another voicemail warning, she started to get seriously worried. It was that day she got this sudden, overwhelming urge to see him. She stubbornly headed to his office, feeling this weird vibe inside. She definitely wasn't expecting to catch him with another woman after hours. Haru saw him playfully squeeze her shoulders while she was trying to catch her breath. From where I was standing, it looked like they were about to lock lips. She never imagined her little stunt would end with him holding someone else. Just before all this went down, Kang Se-oh had finally clocked out for the week. He was stoked to be free from Haru's iron-fisted schedule for a while. The dude was already hyped, thinking about what game he'd dive into when he got home. Even with all that excitement, he still wanted to catch a glimpse of her before leaving. He had to stop dead in his tracks when he saw his coworker booking it towards him. She was running to give him back his lighter, but then she tripped over a brick like a total klutz. Sungi was about to eat pavement, but he caught her just in the nick of time. He gently gripped her shoulder and asked if she was all right after that little tumble. Seo gave a polite smile, asking her where she was rushing off to in such a hurry. That sweet smile sent a blush creeping up her cheeks instantly. She apologized, saying she was trying to return his lighter, but tripped. He was surprised she'd run all the way to him for something so trivial. His smile faded when he spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. He cut her off, saying he had to run, not even letting her finish. He immediately rushed over to his girlfriend, asking how she ended up here. He apologized for not answering, saying he was stuck in a meeting. He asked if she wanted to grab some dinner before heading out. She told him to repeat himself after he realized she wasn't listening. Kang Se-oh got rejected, but he was still stoked about seeing her. Besides that, he explained that Sungi just randomly tripped. She told him he didn't have to explain, knowing that girl was checking them out. After that, she had this weird feeling hanging over her for a long time. It was like she got confirmation of some theory that was brewing in the back of her mind. Seo always had people swarming him, while she just stood there awkwardly. Because of that, There was something she was always seriously afraid of. She had a feeling that someday some sweet, beautiful girl, raised with love and care, might show up. For some reason, she felt like this Seung-hee was a perfect fit for that role. She was thinking about all this, and it suddenly reminded her that she's raising a puppy. One night when Seo and her were hanging out, he showed her these puppies his buddy's dog had just had. He was trying to get her to take one home, but she wasn't having it. Every time he tried to convince her to take a pup, it pissed her off more and more. She immediately rattled off a million reasons why getting a puppy was a bad idea. Haru put her foot down and said she was totally against pets. Now, she was thinking she might have been a little too harsh that night. She answered her phone and heard a familiar voice. Haru was stuck talking to some lady who was demanding a refund. She kept telling her, over and over, that they weren't obligated to pay. On top of that, she found out her co-worker Yerin had given out her number. Haru kept her cool and politely helped the client out. She felt annoyed and decided to call her temporary replacement. She demanded an explanation for handing out her number to just anyone. Looks like Yerin forgot Haru only talked about important people on the list. She repeated that she should have asked if anything was unclear. Haru told her to pay more attention and hung up. Meanwhile, Kang Seo was heatedly discussing something with his colleague. He was shocked he'd made such a boneheaded mistake. He could hardly believe he actually screwed up like that after all these years. He knew the deadline was here, and he couldn't cancel the order. The guy gripped his co-worker's hand and asked him to hustle up some new clients. He was really laying it on thick, trying to convince him, because he had a ton of boxes to move. After a bunch of failed attempts, he pulled out the big guns, and that finally swayed him. Bottom line, he finally agreed to work late. He barely got back to the office before he realized he'd been bought off with dinner vouchers. Still, at least he knew where he was going to spend Christmas now. He tensed up when he saw Seung-hee was in the same office. She broke the ice and asked if he'd been with his girl. Seung-hee gave him a sweet smile and said she was a real looker. She added that you gotta be something special to date him. After that, she decided to ask how long they'd been seeing each other. The guy just gave her this knowing look and suggested they finish up the work. She admitted she was also at fault for not checking the order properly. Kang Seo was barely listening. He was lost in thought, picturing them together for like 10 years already. He couldn't even figure out why he couldn't just say it out loud. The dude sighed, figuring he should keep his personal life to himself. He froze when he spotted a discrepancy in the data table. Seo decided to double-check it with a senior coworker and take a break. Sunhee saw him leave the office and felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. After a while, Kang Seo finally got the info he needed. "Hey man, thanks a million for covering for me back there." Kang Seo forced a tired smile, glancing at his desk, which was empty before. He saw a pack of candy and a note saying she'd emailed the list. Kang Seo frowned, really not sure how to take this weird move. The next morning, Haru was back to her usual work grind. The boss wanted to know why Yerin had come to him crying the day before. He figured she'd been saying some awful things and told her to get a grip. She was surprised, because she didn't think she'd said anything that bad. The woman clenched her fist and spoke to the boss with total seriousness. She said she just re-explained the instructions in the context of the assignment. He backed off real quick and just told her to be more careful. Yerin knew how it looked to everyone else and flinched when she saw Haru's face. She was bummed about what happened, but decided to keep quiet. After that shift, she went home totally down in the dumps. She hopped straight into the shower and then just crashed in bed, exhausted. Kang Seo got out of the shower and saw she was in a bad way. He wanted to know what was up, but she brushed him off and blamed it on work. The guy grabbed a pillow and asked her to spill what went down. She sighed, totally wiped, and said she just didn't want to whine about nothing. He asked if she was annoyed by him talking about his job, because she thought he was just complaining. She cut him deep, saying she didn't get why he even bothered telling those stories. Haru just smiled and said it never bothered her. He smiled back and said he felt the same way. After that, they both agreed to grab a beer. Eventually, the girl decided to spill the beans about what went down. What she said pissed him off so bad, he was practically shaking with rage. He was trying to be supportive, but he was furious at everyone like it happened to him. The CEO was yelling that they needed to round up those lowlifes and rough them up a little. The girl told him to chill so she could answer the phone. She put the phone to her ear, but the signal was cutting in and out, real bad. After a couple of things the guy on the other end said, her hand started shaking. She immediately put her phone down and rushed to hang up. She set the phone down, bummed, and said her mom had called again. Haru got pissed and repeated that she doesn't keep in touch with her family. She added that it's always been that way, and she's not planning on changing it. She thoughtfully squeezed her beer can and realized she'd overreacted again. Haru knew herself that he still didn't know anything about her family after 10 years. It was because of that first bad experience that made her afraid to open up. She was worried he might think she's a basket case too. Haru trembled with fear, realizing he might start asking about her family. You should have seen the look on her face when he changed the subject to spare her feelings. She opened her eyes and saw his gentle, caring smile. He was stoked he could put her at ease and asked her to tell him more. CO remembered she'd been to an exhibition recently. The girl immediately unloaded a ton of new info on him. She looked so captivating, he didn't catch a single word. It was annoying how he asked her to talk, but wasn't even listening. Kang Seo crept closer and told her she was attractive when she talked about work. The girl instantly blushed and said it was time for them to go to sleep. She asked if he was deliberately trying to get a rise out of her with his comments. CO decided to shut her up with a passionate kiss instead. Haru begged him to stop and answer, but his hand was already moving up her waist. His pushy moves were getting annoying, but he wasn't about to quit. He smirked and asked if she really didn't want him. CO always loomed over her like a tidal wave, and he knew it. It was like he wanted to make her forget everything else, and he was doing a damn good job of it. A few seconds later, they were already in the bedroom. CO ripped off his shirt and hurried to help her get undressed. He was so into her body that he even gave her a little love bite on the neck. She pulled away and said he bit her a little too hard. She dared him to try it himself and told him to cover his tracks. They always found comfort in each other's arms when things got tough. That way, they could pretend their problems didn't exist. It helped them relax, thinking they were out of the woods. Little did they know their problems were just piling up. After a while, Kang Seo suggested they get matching rings again. He gently squeezed her hand and said they'd both lost the old ones. The guy was even willing to splurge on more expensive rings, just so they could wear them together. Despite his romantic gesture, Haru didn't see the point. She shot him a look after he hinted about getting hitched down the road. He was so shocked, he said he totally blanked on what he was even saying. She decided to change the subject, telling him to take some memory pills. At that moment, she didn't even realize how much she'd just stung the guy. He thoughtfully reached out to brush some hair off her forehead. CO watched her sleeping peacefully, feeling all kinds of weird. He felt like she was about to shatter into a million pieces, like broken glass. He couldn't help but think back to something that happened 16 years ago. Back then, he was just chilling, playing soccer with his buddies. He nailed the ball, and it went right past the goalie and into the net. Everyone went wild, screaming and celebrating another win. The team piled on Kang Seo, stoked about his killer shot. Even the toughest defender was shocked that this little dude nailed the goal. Kang Seo overheard them talking, which just made him puff up with pride even more. Later, back at school, the girls were all buzzing about the game. Kang Seo heard them chatting about the other guys, and he was thinking, "Hey, I scored those goals." He froze when they started talking about that one short player, totally hinting at him. They cracked up and started comparing him to a chihuahua, not knowing he could hear everything. All that pride just vanished after hearing them make fun of him like that. He walked on down the hall, lost in thought, and saw a girl coming out of the office. His heart started pounding when he locked eyes with the tall girl. He wasn't exactly swimming in girls, but he couldn't look away. She gave him the same intense look right back before walking on by. He bailed quick when he heard his buddies calling his name. That girl was the quiet, hardworking model student type. Kang Seo got pissed, thinking she probably saw him as some kind of shorty too. Back then, they were just 14-year-old kids, all messed up in the head. Little did they know their lives were about to get seriously tangled. After that, they headed to class where the teacher told them to partner up. The students weren't thrilled with the idea, but the teacher wasn't budging. They scattered across the room, scrambling to snag their dream partner. The girls were bummed because there weren't enough tall guys to go around. Not a single one of them wanted to get stuck with shorty Kang Seo. They cracked up when they saw his pissed-off, sour face. He'd been insecure about his height forever, even begged for growth hormones. Back then, he was done hearing about how he just needed to be patient. Can you believe it? That same girl actually asked him to be her partner. He even thought she was messing with him. trying to make him look like a fool. Kang Seo tried to brush her off, but she still wanted to team up with him. She couldn't answer his question, but she just kept smiling. She even gave him a compliment, bringing up how awesome he was at soccer. They got knocked out pretty quick, but they ended up getting something way better out of it. Kang Seo was bummed, saying she was about as athletic as a sack of potatoes. She just smiled calmly and promised to try harder next time. It wasn't until later that Kang Seo realized his mom was right all along. He switched schools, and all his insecurities just vanished as he got older. People were instantly drawn to him. They thought he was a total hottie. Because he moved around so much, he had to learn to be friendly and charming. Even though he boosted his self-esteem, he still felt like something was missing deep down. Eventually, he started to worry that he was a nobody. Once he hit his 20s, that empty feeling just got even worse. He couldn't figure out her deal, so he just tried to roll with it. Partying with the guys wasn't doing it for him anymore. He was all about that alone time. It was during that dark patch that Haru showed up in his life again. Right then, it felt like the whole world just froze. He was rooted to the spot. Couldn't take his eyes off his old classmate. Standing right there was the same Jung Haru, who'd once given him hope. He clocked her chapped lips, worn-out clothes, and messed-up hair right away. But what really hit him was her dead, tired eyes. Man, he could barely recognize the bright, beautiful girl she used to be. He felt it in his gut, but his brain was slow to catch up and remember her. Seo could feel she wasn't the kind of person who'd just offer a helping hand anymore. From that moment on, he started following her, trying to figure out where he'd seen her before. He deliberately hung around, but his efforts weren't paying off. Every time, he'd spot her silhouette in the crowd and get this feeling they knew each other. Kang Seo saw her almost every day, but he couldn't place how they'd met. He was practically squeezing out memories that had vanished from his mind. Kang Seo kept digging into her life until she got angry and yelled. He was taken aback when she asked him why he was staring at her. The guy just stared back at her, lost in thought, unable to get a word out. A million thoughts raced through his head about what he should say. He was dying inside, like he was about to remember her, and everything would be lost. Finally, he decided he just had to ask about it point blank. The second he made up his mind to ask, some chick he knew butted in. He was freaking furious that it happened right then. Kang Seo stepped back and told her to quit grabbing his arm. He tuned the girl out and turned around to see Hera. He kept stealing glances at her, like some stubborn little kid. The thought that he might have caught her eye made him feel amazing. After that, he kept watching her from a distance. He crouched down by the fence, trying to see what she was up to. Kang Seo felt like a total creep and knew he was one step away from a restraining order. He wanted to go talk to her finally, but she just started yelling. She was going at it with some woman, voice raised. The girl told them to not even think about looking for her or coming around, that they were done as a family. That's when he started to get a clue about why she was always so on edge. He knew she could cut him out of her life like that, but he still couldn't stop thinking about it. Ever since then, he's been terrified she'll just vanish one day. The next thing that happened was they ran into each other at that bar. He watched her friends and figured he wasn't the only one who thought she was headed for a meltdown. That night, the girls made sure he only gave his number to their friend. Turns out, they wanted to buy her a drink, but didn't want to bruise her ego. They figured she probably wouldn't call anyway, so he could just give a fake number. The dude went along with it, even though he was kinda surprised by their approach. His buddy was blown away that they went with such a weird plan. He decided to check in on his friend's dating life. It baffled him that a good-looking guy like that was still single. He wondered if he was dragging his feet because of that nerdy girl with the glasses. He was shocked to find out they hadn't even spoken to each other. He couldn't wrap his head around why the guy was so afraid to talk to her. Kang Seo confessed he thought lasers might shoot out of her glasses. The dude called him a total space cadet because he didn't know her name or what she studied. He explained his deal and then turned around, trying to catch a glimpse of her. She shyly walked up to the guy and asked if she could get his number. The second he saw her without the glasses, it hit him. She was that girl from class. Right then, he felt this awesome rush, like everything finally clicked into place. Bottom line, he even decided to spill the beans and admit he had a crush on her back then. I guess even he couldn't really put his finger on why he liked her. It was a total mystery to him that he'd fallen for her then and was falling for her now. He tried to figure out a reason, but quickly gave up and went with the simple answer. Even way back then, the dude knew he wanted to be with her, just because. He knew damn well how selfish he was being. Kang Seo knew he was taking advantage of her vulnerability, but he couldn't help himself. That day, he woke up with a slight hangover headache. He didn't immediately remember exactly what went down last night. The second he started thinking about it, he jumped right out of bed. He was surprised to find that the girl was nowhere to be seen. Kang Seo got dressed as fast as he could and tried to call her. He paced back and forth, praying she'd pick up. The guy anxiously scanned his room while waiting for her to answer. His face flushed red the instant he finally heard her voice. He kept gently stroking her hair, lost in thought about everything. All this time, she'd been trying to make it on her own, relying on nobody. Even so, he barged into her world and took up all the space. He lay down next to her, knowing that because of him, her world might crumble without him. The next morning, Sungi saw both the gummies and the note were in the trash. She kept staring anxiously at her gift, buried among the scraps. Just then, Kang Seo arrived at work, even though he was totally wiped out. Then, he spotted Sungi, standing by the bin, with this look on her face. It just hit him. He'd tossed out what she'd left for him. He always thought he'd never be the one to leave Haru. But things got complicated. He knew he'd screwed up, but decided to play it cool. The girl forced a smile and said she just needed to grab a file from the cabinet. She politely wished him a good day, mentioning it was Friday. He saw her calm reaction, but he knew damn well she saw everything. The guy definitely felt guilty for not thinking things through. After a while, his boss suggested they head outside. Before leaving, he noticed the interaction between his subordinate and Seung-hui. He decided to help her move a box, saying guys should handle the heavy lifting. The man saw red when he saw that. He wanted to chew out his subordinate, but the guy just played the chivalry card. In the end, he finally managed to get all his frustrations out. After that, they finally headed out, before taking off to handle business. Kang Seo decided to talk to his coworker about that pushy old lady. The boss asked if he needed any help or clarification on anything. On top of that, he told him to steer clear of the woman at work. It was like he was hinting that Seung-hee had some kind of weird thing for him. Kang Seo decided to clarify, because it seemed like his coworker didn't like her. The second he saw the guy's reaction, he regretted even asking. The boss turned away and asked if his dislike was that obvious. He admitted that her behavior just rubbed him the wrong way for some reason. On top of that, he made it clear right away that there was nothing going on between them, nothing he'd even consider. He added that he wasn't a fan of people like that, and that eventually he'd understand what he meant. Kang Seo took a drag and couldn't help but remember meeting her on the street. He still had no clue why she looked so bummed out. Seo figured it had something to do with the boss and told him to lay off her a little. The boss tried to sniff out if he was interested, but he said he already had a girlfriend. They were talking about all this, totally unaware that she was eavesdropping on the whole conversation. Right after that, they hit up 10 clients and didn't get back to the office until late. Kang Seo had no idea his boss could be such a hard ass. Talk about a surprise. When he saw a coffee on his desk with a rabbit doodle on it, he immediately called over the senior employee to get the lowdown. Seo tried to find out who left the cup, but it was no use. He was absolutely sure he didn't accidentally buy coffee and leave it there. His gaze drifted over to Seung-hee, who was just sitting at her desk. After what felt like forever, that brutal workday finally ended. Kang Seo thoughtfully left the office, holding the fresh coffee in his hand. He was totally lost on what to do, since it was still warm. After that bad experience, he was suspicious of anything from strangers. He thought about tossing it, but a woman's voice told him not to. Seung-hee said the coffee was a thank you for sticking up for her with the boss. She admitted it would really bum her out if he tossed the coffee again this time. On top of that, she mentioned she picked it up at the coffee shop near her work. In the end, he actually kept the cup and thanked her. That same evening, he met up with Haru, and they headed to a restaurant. The restaurant employee was super stoked to see him after so long. He excitedly chatted about the details of his new gig, totally missing the girl. Eventually, he asked them to grab a table and promised to take care of them. Kang Seo walked ahead and didn't immediately notice that Haru was still standing there. After a bit, he suggested they hit up a wedding for some free grub. He explained that a classmate from way back had handed him an invite. Girl was kinda surprised he kept whining about not having any friends. Then she noticed he'd brought a cup of coffee with him. Kang Seo just gave her this knowing silence, like he didn't know what to say. He decided to lie and said he bought it after work, 'cause he was totally beat. Haeru stared him down, sensing something fishy about his answer. She knew better than anyone that he didn't drink warm coffee. Right then, she realized he was straight up lying to her, but she didn't let on. She decided to let it slide that night, figuring it wasn't a big deal. Anyway, they ended up deciding to go to the wedding in a couple of days. Kang Seo had to break away when someone called his phone. He hung up faster than you can say wedding toast. Right after that, the bride and groom came out, beaming, to greet everyone. Haru gave a polite clap and said they looked really great together. The whole ceremony felt kinda weird, seeing as how people our age are already tying the knot. Still, it was like we were both going out of our way to avoid talking about us getting married. All these years, she was scared to hear that she wasn't marriage material. Turns out, after a while, she found out that Seo was terrified of getting turned down. Once the official announcement was done, they got right down to brass tacks. How much the spread cost. The guy just grinned and said, "Hey, everything costs an arm and a leg these days." He decided to try some new dish, but was bummed out because it tasted like battery acid. She started eating and was actually pretty happy with her meal. She refused to even try his food because everything he makes is nasty. Eventually, she took his word for it and choked down a bite. The next second, her face twisted up from that disgusting flavor. She got pissed and ordered him to offer up his forehead for a flick. As soon as he saw her angry face, he immediately started apologizing. He tried to distract her and said they'd forgotten about the most important thing. The guy gave her a meaningful look, reminding her it was their 10th anniversary this year. Seems like every new year brought them more stress than joy. They tried to avoid that topic like the plague, since people their age were already tying the knot. Kang Seo got distracted and turned around when some guy called out to him. The dude confidently introduced himself as Moon Jae-yoon, like they were old buddies. They gave each other a polite hello, said it had been ages since graduation. Then he introduced his girlfriend to his old school pal. Young Haeru froze up when she saw Moon Jae-yoon stick out his hand. She glitched out like a computer program, totally unsure what to do. Moon Jae-yoon smoothly said, "Guess she doesn't want to shake." The girl scrambled to shake his hand and apologized for acting weird. Kang Seo offered him a seat, but he had to jet to another friend's wedding. After that, he took off, saying they'd catch up again if he got the chance. No sooner had he left than the couple started dishing about him. Before leaving the banquet hall, Moon Jae-hyun stopped and turned around. He gave a loaded look at the couple who were heading back to their table. The next day, the girl went to work like any other day. She went on break with a coworker and saw Yareen looking totally out of it. She was sitting on the curb, bawling her eyes out like something awful had happened. The girl asked Haeru to calm her down, so she wouldn't go running her mouth again. She pointed out that Haeru got along better with that clingy girl. They both knew that an employee looking like that could hurt their department's image. Eventually, she went over to Yaren and suggested they head back inside. She started crying again, saying people were talking about her at work, and she was mortified. Yerim looked away, lost in thought, after Haeru tried to find out what was going on. She figured her guy was seeing someone else, since he'd been telling so many little white lies lately. Haeru couldn't help but remember how her own man had lied to her not long ago. She tried suggesting she dump him, saying she was still young and had options. Yerim pointed out it was just a guess, and asked if she was really that awful. She sheepishly apologized for Haeru getting chewed out because of her last week. She admitted it got to her that nobody at the office seemed to like her. Haeru couldn't think of anything better to do than give her her fresh coffee. She said she wasn't the best person to ask about guys, but you could learn anything on the job. "Hey, don't get down on yourself just yet," the girl said, promising she'd meet a great guy soon. Yaren smiled brightly and agreed with her co-worker's words. Haeru wasn't great at giving support, but she still managed to help Yaren out. She trudged wearily toward the coffee shop, needing a fresh cup of joe. She'd barely taken a couple steps when she felt a blister and her heel snapped. Seo had given her those shoes a while back, but she never wore them because they were so uncomfortable. She knew deep down she'd only pulled them out because that other girl had worn them. Haeru mentally called herself pathetic, knowing Seo wouldn't even care if she wore them. An unfamiliar guy walked up to her and pointed out she had a nasty blister. Standing right there was that friend from school she'd seen at the wedding. She was so shocked to see him. She was completely speechless. Even so, she took the handkerchief from his hand and thanked him. Looks like she'd already forgotten where she'd seen him before. Then it hit her. She'd seen him at the wedding last Saturday. She looked kinda dumb as she struggled to remember his name. He corrected her, then asked if he could sit next to her. Haru wiped the blood off her legs and asked if he worked here too. He admitted that he'd just been transferred to this branch. The guy suddenly remembered he had some bandages and gave them to her. He explained he had the bandages because he's always nicking his fingers. You should have seen the look on her face when he touched her leg and checked out the cut. She definitely wasn't expecting a guy she'd only known for a couple of days to get all hands-on like that. Before she knew it, she was trying to tell him to back off. She mumbled something about being able to handle it herself. He gave her a long, thoughtful look after she said to just hand over the bandage. She explained that she just felt weird about someone touching her legs like that. Jaehyun just smiled politely and gave her the bandage. She put the bandage on her leg and thanked him for his help. He knew it would be tough for her to get around with a broken heel, so he offered to grab her some flip-flops. Ignoring everything he said, she just snapped off the other heel. Her actions were so different from what he first thought. He actually laughed. He grinned after she asked what his first impression had been. After a short pause, he called it fate that they worked in the same building. After a while, Haru limped her way back to her office. Meanwhile, Kang Seo headed out to someplace during his break. His co-worker seriously told him he should just come clean about everything. He demanded to know about him and Sung-hee, and if there even was anything going on. Turns out, he'd figured out that she was the one who left the coffee on his desk. He put two and two together. The bunny on the cup looked like the logo of Sung-hee's cafe. After that, he was sure that Sung-hee had feelings for his co-worker. On top of that, he found out Kang Seo stuck up for a girl with the boss. You can imagine his surprise when he learned the guy actually had a girlfriend. Kang Seo clammed up when his co-worker asked if he was planning on marrying her. He thoughtfully rubbed his ring finger, like he was imagining a ring there. The co-worker guessed he wasn't planning on it and told him to take a closer look at Sung-hee. He pointed out that she comes from a very well-off family. The guy figured that out because she only wears top-shelf designer brands. Besides that, Sung-hee never even acted like she was wearing expensive stuff. He kept going on about how he'd be missing out on a lot if he didn't pick Sung-hee. The coworker kept hammering home that in their world, family connections are everything. Dude was so caught up in gossiping about other people's lives, he just couldn't shut up. Turns out, he was so pissed off because he'd had a fight with his wife. He decided to give Seo some advice, telling him love isn't a good enough reason to get hitched. After that talk, Kang Seo spent a long time thinking about marriage. Truth is, he'd always dreamed about promising forever in front of a crowd. He wanted to be all romantic, doting, and caring about the little things. But despite all his dreams, Young Haru was way too stressed out. She could completely shut down just from a few phone calls she'd get now and then. He knew it was important to her, but he didn't even know how to approach her about it. Seo felt like she'd push him away if he brought it up at the wrong time. Kang Seo wanted to get closer, but she was like some ice queen. He was sure this whole thing could end in a total disaster. He really hated being stuck in limbo like this. His inner thoughts screeched to a halt when he heard a voice. Sun-hee was saying she didn't have a boyfriend and wasn't planning on getting married. She loudly told whoever it was to cut it out, saying she couldn't just jump into a relationship like that. This guy was pushing her buttons so hard, she was practically yelling. She saw Kang Seo and whispered that they'd talk about this later at home. The guy tried to play it off like a joke, asking if those were her folks. The girl said her mom's been losing it ever since she started working. CEO just casually said it's totally normal to care about your daughter. Sun-hee felt her spirits lift and decided to ask a question. She playfully turned to her coworker and asked if he'd ever thought about tying the knot. The guy was surprised that everyone was talking about weddings today. After a short pause, he admitted that, yeah, he had thought about it. Sun-hee immediately jumped in, asking if he was planning on marrying his current girlfriend. She forced a smile and said they looked great together. Sun-hee decided to change the subject and asked if he played that one mobile game. He couldn't help but remember Haru's words when she asked if he spent money on the game. Looks like Sun-hee managed to pique his interest, since she played the same game too. Kang Seo grinned, stoked to talk about the game developers. Turns out she's a gamer too, used to play on PC all the time. And get this, she's even into camping, which Seo's been digging lately. He couldn't help but flash back to that camping trip with Hairu and how she totally hated it. Just thinking about it that way gave him a jolt. He freaked out because he even entertained the thought of Haru being like that too. Seungwi remembered she had to wrap up a task and hurried off. She gave a polite nod and told him to take his time. As soon as he was alone, he smacked himself in the face for even thinking that stuff. Meanwhile, his girl just got back home. CEO texted he's grabbing a beer with his buddy and will pick up ice cream for her on the way home. Haru figured she'd be eating dinner alone, so she decided to just skip it. She couldn't help but think about that call from her family earlier. The girl read some nasty text from an unknown number. She wearily flopped onto her right side, feeling totally drained. Haru felt herself sinking deeper and deeper into a pit of dark thoughts. Again, she remembered having to bring food to her able-bodied brother. Even then, he still managed to belittle her and act all dissatisfied. He knocked the food onto the floor and yelled at her because she added an egg. The dude slammed her against the door in one move and told her to do as she's told. He kept yelling at his sister for no real reason, just to vent his anger. He kept calling her useless, but she knew he was just pissed about failing that test. She got freaked out when his voice suddenly changed. He stared at her with this blank look, like he was ready to totally lose it. Her older brother demanded to know what she was so damn happy about. She woke up to something cold touching her face. Haru saw her boyfriend's goofy grin right in front of her. She instantly jumped back from the smell of booze and realized he was hammered. She tossed the ice cream aside and told him it was time for bed. She was totally shocked when she saw a whole mountain of strawberry ice cream. Meanwhile, everyone was scratching their heads, wondering who bought up all the ice cream. He plopped down on the couch and begged her to just try a little bit. She tried to say no, but he threatened to stay up all night. Finally, she grabbed the tub and asked him why he had to get so wasted. He watched her eat, asking if she liked it. Kang Seo threw a total hissy fit after she chewed him out. He blushed when she genuinely thanked him for everything. Out of nowhere, Kang Seo demanded she thank him properly. He listened to her sarcastic reply, then reached out and touched her fingers. He gently intertwined them and said he was looking for a different kind of thank you. He was trying to win her over with that puppy dog smile of his. She smiled back, asking if she was getting on his nerves. He told her to cut that out and then just swept her off her feet. He carried her to the bedroom, saying every day with her felt brand new. He tossed her onto the bed, asking if she was only saying that because she was getting tired of him. She explained herself, then told him he should have taken his clothes off first. Kang Seo went silent all of a sudden, then ran his fingers along her neck. He traced his finger seductively across her soft lips. He locked eyes with her, demanding to know why she'd say something like that. He was looking at her so intensely, her face instantly turned red. Not long before, he'd met up with his old buddy at a coffee shop. He said Seo's face practically screamed for someone to make a move on him. The guy heard him out and asked why he couldn't just admit how long they'd been together. Kang Seo defended himself, saying he didn't see the point in bringing it up. Jaehyun immediately shot back that he was just embarrassed to say he even had a girlfriend. He confidently stated that they were getting on each other's nerves and looking for any excuse to bicker. Kang Seo instantly felt the weight of those heavy words hitting him hard. He reminded him that Jaehyun himself hadn't had a relationship last longer than 3 months. After a little jab, he said he just wanted him to think about things. Kang Seo declared he never got tired of his girl because she always had an air of mystery about her. Jaehyun smirked, figuring that's the part of him that wore her out. He remembered that talk and said they were something special. Seo snapped, saying sometimes she acts like what they have means jack squat. There was pain in his voice when he said that even after 10 years, she turns him into a ghost. He gripped her shoulders, like he was trying to hold back a tidal wave of feelings. The guy pulled her in real tight and said there's no way he's ever letting her go. Haru used to think he didn't care, but she was dead wrong. All night, he held her like he was going to crush her, like he was afraid of losing her. It even seemed like there was a hint of desperation in how he moved. After a long night of raw emotion, a new morning broke. Kang Seo felt like total garbage, like he was about to hurl. She offered him some water, but he was still being a pain. The dude perked right up when he tasted that sweet flavor in the water. After a beat, the girl just straight up asked if he remembered last night. His heavy silence basically screamed that he'd forgotten everything. He started to say what exactly they got up to in bed, but she told him to shut his trap. Seo wrapped his arms around her from behind, real tight, and asked what her problem was. She tried to leave, but he said he remembered whispering all kinds of things to her. Then she smacked him upside the head and left, telling him to grab an umbrella. He spent the whole day racking his brain, trying to figure out what kind of mess he made last night. At first, all he could remember were the hot moments, until snippets of what he'd said started coming back to him. As soon as he remembered those, he totally cringed. He mentally cursed Ji-yeon for blabbing after talking to him. The guy let out a tired breath, just glad he hadn't screwed things up too badly. Now he understood why she'd asked that question. No matter how he tried to justify it, there was still something wrong with him. He went on break, thinking he needed to watch his mouth. During the break, the employees were doing nothing but gossiping about the higher-ups. Kang Seo listened to their conversation, lost in thought, but didn't dare jump in. He saw them littering in the flower bed, and it reminded him of that mean old lady. The guy smirked and said he'd head over to the designated area. The next thing they knew, that old lady with the broom was barreling towards them. As soon as he got to the special spot, he heard a sweet voice. Sun-hee greeted him with a friendly, polite smile. The girl was happy that he was fitting in with the group. She got distracted and noticed a leaf in his hair that he couldn't find. Sun-hee asked him to hold still and reached out to get it. Before she could grab the leaf, he suddenly flinched away. He started frantically waving his hands around his head, desperately shaking off the leaves. He totally messed up his hair in the end, but he got everything off. After that, he bolted, saying he had to hit the road for an assignment. Sun-hee gave him a knowing look, trying to figure out what his deal was. She wanted to tell him about the camping festival, but she didn't get the chance. Right after that field assignment, he came back to the office and headed straight home. He clearly wasn't expecting it to snow like crazy and forgot his umbrella. Kang Seo was thinking he should have listened to Hae-ru and grabbed an umbrella. Sun-hee held an umbrella over him and asked if he hadn't heard about the snowfall. Then she gave him the festival brochure, just like she'd wanted to earlier. She said he definitely wouldn't regret it if he went to that festival. He thanked her, but said he wouldn't use it since his girl's not into camping. Meanwhile, Haru was pulling up to the office to pick him up from work. She thoughtfully gripped her umbrella, watching him chat with a coworker. His words felt like a slap in the face to her ego and pride. She thought she shouldn't have gotten involved, even though this place is great for couples. Just then, Haru walked up to them and asked what he was up to. Kang Seo rushed over to her, surprised, and asked what she was doing there. She also greeted Sung-hee, who she'd met before. She glanced at the flyer and figured she'd come all this way just to give it to him. The girl smiled and said she'd totally go there with Seo sometime. Sung-hee said she went last year and they'd definitely love it. Kang Seo decided to cut the awkwardness and squeezed the girl's shoulder. He gave her a polite smile and told her to be careful in this kind of snow. The girl politely said goodbye back and was left alone. Haru turned around thoughtfully, giving her a real knowing look. Kang Seo's next workday started with another meeting. He was still thinking about Haru's weird behavior from yesterday. He was sure she was upset about what she'd seen. One of the bosses decided to ask if he was enjoying working there. The guy smiled and said a lot of people would be bummed if he quit. He implied that the ladies in the office would be especially bummed. His coworkers started buzzing about how lucky he was to get in good with her so fast. Kang Seo didn't get why they were pushing him and Sung-hee together so hard. He decided to find out who started these rumors in the first place. The guy decided to ask his senior point blank if he'd been spreading any gossip. Turns out, he'd only told one person. But the rumors took off from there. Seo ran a hand through his hair, looking tired, and repeated that there was nothing going on between him and Sung-hee. He showed them the photo of his girlfriend again to kill all the speculation. His colleagues still didn't buy it, thinking it was some kind of fake picture. The senior said he didn't seem like the type to be seeing anyone at all. They were suspicious because he didn't have any couple pics on his profile, no rings, nothing like that. About 2 weeks ago, he decided to ask why Haru didn't have a profile pic. He wanted to change her picture in the Messenger app, but she refused. She kinda hinted that she didn't want her coworkers knowing about her personal life. In the end, Kang Seo got all huffy and said he'd take his picture down too. He was gonna take it down for a couple of days that day, but he totally spaced. Remembering all this, he blurted out that he wasn't interested in Seung-hui at all. The head gossips awkwardly apologized and said they got it. The second he saw Seung-hui, he understood why they'd been missing. She awkwardly apologized for causing him trouble. He said he should have acted right in the first place. Seo turned around and said he wouldn't put her in an awkward spot again. After that, he just walked off, leaving Xinghui alone with her thoughts. Meanwhile, Haru was having a similar kind of day at work. She'd been thinking all morning that she shouldn't have talked to Xinghui like that. The girl realized she felt uneasy because they were together. On top of that, things were made worse by that little white lie he told. She was also bothered by that promise he made when he was totally wasted. Now she understood that all this discomfort was because of his coworker. Up close, that girl was even more perfect than she'd imagined. Haru started feeling like she was losing out to this total knockout. She was drowning in misery until she heard someone shouting. Turns out, someone was already chewing out her coworker for screwing up. The guy was ripping into Yerin for the dumb mistakes she kept making. He started getting personal, saying her head was just for decoration. Haru decided to step in after he demanded to know who trained her. She stood up for the girl and said she'd take over her training from scratch. He shut his mouth, looking pissed. After she asked him to take it easy, the guy slammed the papers on the floor, saying they had no decency. He slammed the door and said he'd be watching her now. Haru started picking up the papers and said the problem was she didn't know the basics. Yerim burst into tears even harder, saying she was just making things worse. Eventually, they had to take her to the cafeteria to calm her down. After some time spent feeling totally crushed, Yerim finally chilled out. Haru told her not to take the boss's words so personally. She agreed that he'd been riding her way harder than usual lately. The girl offered to retrain her on document sorting after lunch. Haru added that she needed to keep trying and suggested she head out. She was about to leave the cafeteria, but accidentally bumped into someone's shoulder. The guy managed to grab her arm and asked if she was all right. He apologized for the accident, saying he couldn't see very well. She didn't immediately recognize him as her boyfriend's buddy. He got real close, trying to get a good look, and realized it was Haru. It all happened so fast she just froze up. She hates it when people get all up in her personal space, so she smacked him. Haru apologized for hitting him, said she just freaked out. He explained he'd lost his glasses and came back to find them. Haru wanted to offer to help, but they had to get back to the office. The guy apologized again for bothering her and took off. She could see he was stumbling around pretty bad. Since he couldn't see anything, he accidentally walked right into a sign and bounced back. The dude tried to correct her and awkwardly apologized. Yerin snuggled up to the girl and said he was a total hottie. Haru sighed wearily and said he was just some guy she knew. Meanwhile, Kang Seo was just finishing up his workday. He decided to see if there was a decent gym near the office. Their boss was about to say no, but his coworker had other ideas. He'd been trying to get Kang Seo to come for ages and offered to take him to his gym. The guy immediately started rattling off a million reasons why their gym was the best. He finally managed to talk his coworker into it. He rushed off to call the manager about the newbie's imminent arrival. No sooner had he left than Seo was immediately approached by his coworkers. With a look of sheer terror on their faces, they told him under no circumstances should he go there. The guys said it's just a bunch of crazy old geezers in there, always butting in with their 2 cents. They figured Kang Seo wasn't that far gone and suggested finding another gym. One of the coworkers remembered a new gym that opened up near Ijin Station. Ultimately, he still bummed out his coworker by turning down his gym. He was reminded once again how tough it is to say no to people. After that, he decided to let Hera know he'd be home late. He found out she was already off work and told her about his idea. The guy asked her to wait up so they could have dinner together. After that, he hopped in the elevator and went up to the 8th floor. The whole time, he was giving Hera grief for skipping meals. She was about to fire back, but he hung up on her. So he ended up hearing all about how she hates working out again. It blew his mind how she always complains, but hates to exercise. Talk about a surprise when he walked into this massive gym. He was stoked to see all the new equipment. The guy said it was his first time there and he wanted to sign up. Then he rushed to change and snag a free lane. At the last second, Kang Seo noticed who was in the lane next to him. He realized he'd forgotten his headphones and spotted his coworker. The dude was totally shocked and couldn't figure out how Sunhee got there. He instantly remembered what he'd said that morning and tried to bail. Before he could ditch, she pulled out an earbud and said, "Hey." He definitely wasn't expecting to hear her voice and totally ate it, falling off the treadmill. The guy's eyes went wide with surprise, and he saw he was surrounded. She helped him back to the front desk to grab an ice pack. Turns out her older brother runs this gym, Sunny tried to get him a discount, but Seo wasn't having it. She accidentally let slip that her brother wasn't paying rent on the place. His eyes went wide when he found out her mom owned the whole building. She gave this awkward little smile and asked him to keep it on the down low. Before she took off, she wanted to get something off her chest, something she'd been meaning to say. She politely told him that he wasn't causing any trouble at work. Then she just left, leaving him there to stew in his own thoughts. After a while, he finally made it back home. He was so late, Haru had even started watching a movie by herself. She pointed out he was super late, but he just said things came up. He mentioned he hadn't even showered at the gym, because he didn't get a chance to work out. Haru decided to get to the bottom of it and noticed a message popped up on his phone. The dude froze when he heard his phone buzz with a message from Seung-hee. She asked how his ankle was doing and mentioned her brother would hook him up with a free pass. The girl got a little thrill realizing they go to the same gym. Kang Seo said it was just a coincidence that they ended up at the same gym. Haru got pissed and asked what kind of game he was playing, getting texts from her in the middle of the night. He knew how bad it looked and tried to explain everything. After a beat, Haru decided to cut to the chase and asked if he had feelings for her. She said Seung-hee was bending over backwards to get him to like her. The guy blew up and asked if he'd ever given her any reason to doubt his loyalty. He shut his mouth after she asked him to explain that coffee. She said he needed to work on his lying skills, hinting about him buying that fancy coffee. He rubbed his forehead, saying he couldn't say no, because he felt bad about something. Haru flared up, asking what the heck he did that made him feel like he owed her coffee. He snapped, yelling that she doesn't even notice how he's always walking on eggshells around her. Seo chimed in, saying it's like she's just waiting for him to screw up. He suggested they put this conversation on hold until they both cooled off. The guy said he'd crash at his folks' place and slammed the door. The next morning, the girl headed to work all by herself. Yerin smirked and said she'd gathered the intel, just like she showed her. But instead of reacting like she thought, the girl just froze up and sat there in silence. She snapped out of it when Yerin asked, kinda loudly, if she'd checked her email. Once she was back with it, she gave Yerin props for doing such a good job. She decided to figure out why she'd been totally out of it all day, not even eating. After a beat, Haru asked if they could talk about something. She wanted to know if the rumors were true, if Yerin's boyfriend was seeing someone else. She smiled and said she was totally right about it. Haru was mentally comparing her own relationship to everything she was hearing. Yerin confessed she still couldn't dump him, and that she'd been thinking about what she'd said for a while. She decided she shouldn't be so worried about how her boyfriend was acting. She wanted to be independent and say goodbye to him for good. Haru stared thoughtfully at the wall, spotting a jewelry store sign. Part of her didn't want him to leave, but she was mentally bracing herself for a breakup. She'd always relied on him, but never really considered how he felt. Without even realizing it, Haru started taking him for granted. She grabbed her phone and saw she was being urgently summoned to the lobby. She awkwardly announced she had to go and told her not to freeze out here. With that, she hurried over to the girl who'd called her. She held out a name tag and asked if she recognized the guy. The coworker said she'd found it by chance at a local coffee shop. She was thinking of checking if he had a girlfriend, but Haru didn't know anything about that. The girl awkwardly asked if she could be the one to ask him about it. She was even ready to, rearrange some paperwork just to find out. Jaehyun snuck up behind them and said he didn't have a girlfriend. After that, he swiped the girl's ID badge, claiming he'd lost his. Haru blushed after he said their conversation could be heard all the way in the office. She hurried her coworker away, apologizing for the whole scene. She barely rounded the corner when he called out for her to stop. He confidently took her hand and slipped some kind of little box into it. The guy grinned and told her to use it next time she wears those heels. Jaehyun didn't even wait for a reply before he bolted. Haru stared thoughtfully at the box of bandages in her hand. Her coworker was back at it, trying to figure out if there was something going on between her and Jaehyun. The girl straight up said they should flirt like crazy while they're still single. She went on about how Haru's too pretty and guys are always hitting her up for her number. Haru told her to stop wasting time on this nonsense and get back to work. She snidely added that she didn't want to get caught up in all that BS. After that, she just walked off, leaving a bad taste in everyone's mouth. After what felt like forever, she finally left the office. She was annoyed that she got held up because of all that dumb chatter. She hadn't taken her car this morning, so she was stuck walking home in the cold. She warmed her hand up a little and slipped it down into her pocket. She kept walking until she felt someone touch her. Kang Seo asked her why she was finishing up so late. The girl was surprised, because she definitely wasn't expecting him to wait up. He scratched his cheek, looking thoughtful, and apologized for bailing so suddenly yesterday. Against everything he expected, she just started telling him to get lost. He got pissed and said she could at least hear why he got back so late. The girl flinched, scared, when he asked her why she was still here. Turns out, her boss from the office spotted them. Kang Seo grinned and straight up announced he was Haeru's boyfriend. The woman got all excited, saying she thought he was some kind of celebrity. She turned to Haeru and asked why she hadn't shown off her boyfriend before. After that, she decided to head home and gave them a compliment on the way out. Seriously, this dude had no clue how much he was ticking her off. She pulled away sharply and demanded to know why he came to her office. Because of all this, the guy just figured she was embarrassed by him. Haeru asked him if he was honestly clueless or just playing dumb. He didn't see what the big deal was about getting a lot of attention. She was about to lay into him again, but then she just stopped. She suddenly got all serious and said the problem was he was just too damn good looking. After that weird line, there was this super awkward silence. He grabbed her hand real quick and just cracked up at what she said. He playfully asked her to say it again, then pulled her in close. He confessed he'd been feeling insecure because she'd never told him he was good looking. She blushed and said she was just talking nonsense, but he just smiled. After that, they headed home, where he spilled the whole story about what went down. He gently put his arm around her and finally managed to clear up the misunderstanding. Kang Seo finally decided to figure out the real reason she was pushing him away. He wanted to know why he wasn't allowed to hang out with her coworkers. The girl immediately remembered that time, back when they were just starting out. That was the day she first showed up at Seo's institute. The dude immediately rushed over to his girl, asking if she was hungry. He held out his hand, wanting to grab some lunch together. She hesitantly reached for his hand. Knowing everyone was watching them, she felt awkward, like they were magnets for everyone's eyes. She could practically feel all the disapproval directed at her. Haeru was already insecure, but after that, she became genuinely scared. From then on, she could hear whispers behind her back everywhere she went. People were always running their mouths about how she looked and who she was. They were straight up jealous and couldn't figure out why she was his girlfriend. All these years, people thought she was a nobody, not good enough for Kang Seo. She avoided being seen in public because of this overwhelming feeling of inadequacy. The girl was thinking all of this, but couldn't bring herself to admit it to him. She just said she didn't want to attract any extra attention, that's all. Haeru confessed thoughtfully that she wished she could just disappear sometimes. They laughed it off after he asked her a goofy question. After a while, they finally crawled out of the bathroom. Kang Seo decided to carefully dry his girlfriend's hair. By the end of it, he could feel his hand shaking from the effort. He was so tired from blow-drying her hair that he even suggested buying a Dyson. Kang Seo turned around and noticed something new on the table. He spotted the bandages, and then she recounted the story about Jae-hyun. The girl put her feet on the guy and said that he was the one who gave them to her. Kang Seo noticed how badly she'd chafed her ankles. Haeru didn't want to admit that she was copying Seung-hee. He accepted her answer, but wondered why Jae-hyun had seen her feet up close. Kang Seo decided not to dwell on it and gently massaged her tired feet. After that, Haeru went to sleep and had the same childhood nightmare again. Her body was shaking so hard, like it was really happening. The girl was dreaming she was getting hurt again, which made her start to tremble. Kang Seo noticed she was upset and tried to soothe her with gentle touches. He kissed her forehead softly, repeating that everything was all right. The next thing she knew, Haeru's eyes snapped open, and she realized she was crying. Kang Seo smiled with concern and asked if she'd had a bad dream. Haeru blinked in surprise, like she didn't know where she was. She saw he was in his work clothes and figured she'd overslept. He explained why he was up so early and told her about the company party. Haeru felt a pain in her stomach, so she didn't really pay attention to what he was saying. She immediately assumed her period was starting and went to the bathroom. Turns out, it wasn't that time of the month, and it wasn't indigestion either. She came out of the bathroom after a while and noticed a bag on the table. Right away, Haeru knew it hadn't been there before and decided to take a peek inside. The contents of the bag instantly brought a warm smile to her face. She saw that Kang Seo had managed to run to the store and grab some toiletries. That day, she had no idea that she'd be talking about this in the slammer later on. She just smiled softly, realizing that everything started from that day. His company party was really the beginning of this whole nightmare. At first, they spent it like any other normal day. Kang Seo hung out at the bar with his coworkers until really late. They were drinking for so long and so heavily that they were feeling rough almost immediately. So, the guys wanted to know what Kang Seo thought about the boss. Kang Seo had good things to say, mostly because they never had to work overtime. Even with all the good stuff, they couldn't stand how much the dude loved to drink. After a bit, this guy decided to pull up a chair and join them. No sooner did he sit down than he was telling everyone to get started. He grabs a beer and says a real man chugs the whole thing, no problem. They had no choice but to drain their glasses right then and there. At some point, Kang Seo felt like he just couldn't drink anymore. The boss leans in close, real menacing, and tells him to hurry it up. That pressure made Seo down the rest of his drink, just like that. After that, the guy was all smiles, praising him and slapping him on the back. He was stoked that he downed it all and rushed to pour another glass. Pretty soon, the whole table was covered in booze bottles. I'm telling you, even a seasoned drinker was starting to feel rough. He decided to step outside for a breather and call his wife. The other colleagues just kind of scattered, looking totally lost. Kang Seo felt like his body was falling apart from this crazy bender. He glanced at his watch and realized he needed to call Haru. The dude tried to find his phone, but it wasn't on the table. Then, boom, someone slipped him his personal phone. So he awkwardly told him she took all the phones because they kept dropping them. She also said he handled himself pretty well with the boss. Kang Seo scanned the room thoughtfully, then mentioned it was snowing. He couldn't help but remember it was snowing the day he wanted to break up too. That day, he decided to meet his girlfriend after work. Like always, they started talking about the ins and outs of work and how the day went. He could see how exhausted she was, so he suggested they go somewhere. Haru said she just wanted to go home and crash, but he'd already gotten tickets. He smiled and said he'd bought tickets for that movie she'd been wanting to see. The guy knew she was tired and just wanted to be a part of her life somehow. After that, they went to a late showing at the movie theater. Looks like Haru wasn't really into the film and was lost in her own thoughts. Eventually, she let out a tired sigh and closed her eyes. Kang Seo could tell she wasn't digging this whole thing because she was worn out. So, he decided to ask her if she didn't like the movie. He wanted to know why she was bummed, but she just said she was tired. She blamed it on that situation back at the lab, said it drained her. Haru told him to just ignore it, but he couldn't. He said he couldn't just ignore it, since she always seemed unhappy. Seo said it was tough for him to watch, not knowing what was going on with her. No matter how hard he tried, it was never enough for her ego. It ruined their relationship, and he wanted to break up right before Christmas. He was rehearsing how to lay it all out when he saw her. Kang Seo wanted to drop the bomb the second she got close. He felt like everything around him slowed down, like in a movie. The dude was sweating bullets, because he really wanted to call it quits. But he choked, plain and simple, because she fainted. At the ER, they told him she was seriously burnt out. The doctors decided to give her an IV to replenish her strength. Kang Seo froze by her bedside, freaked out, and remembered all those sleepless nights. The second she woke up, he was all over her, asking how she felt. Haru tried to sit up, but he told her to take it easy and stay put. She managed to sit on the edge of the bed and said they'd stolen her research topic. The girl started crying, saying she'd asked a senior grad student to read her paper. She never even imagined he'd point to another student as the main author. Haru apologized for taking all her anger out on him all this time. That night, he finally felt like he actually mattered to Haru. After thinking everything over, he asked Seung-hee if she was into him. The girl definitely wasn't expecting him to ask so bluntly, and she blushed. She'd had feelings for him for a while, but didn't know how to say it. Seung-hee was so freaked out, she was actually biting her lip. She finally pulled herself together and just blurted out that it was true. Kang Seo smirked and said he'd been seeing this girl for 10 years. He reminisced about how he realized way back when that she needed him. The dude thought she couldn't live without him, but he was dead wrong. He said he'd still be there for her, then asked her not to fall in love. He got it off his chest, and with a clear conscience, let go. Kang Seo didn't even realize how he ended up in such a stifling bed. His body ached from the heat, so he tried to get up. He figured Haru cranked up the heat, but then he saw someone else next to him. The second he saw Sunhee, a cold dread gripped his chest. His heart hammered, and his mind scrambled for an explanation. Every second that passed, the panic and disgust just kept building. He quickly scanned the room and realized he was in a hotel. The robes laid out for guests were a dead giveaway. He broke out in a cold sweat, hoping this was all just a big misunderstanding. He tried to piece together what happened last night, but his memory was a blank. Kang Seo racked his brain trying to figure out what went down between them, but nothing. What made it even worse was the fact that he couldn't remember a damn thing. It was starting to dawn on him what might have happened between them. Kang Seo flashed back to Seung-hee's blushing face when they, got close. He bit his lip, refusing to believe that it even happened. Dude knew just being there was already a huge mess. He freaked out when he heard Seung-hee start to stir. Kang Seo quietly got out of bed, deciding he had to bail. He still couldn't figure out why his clothes were all over the floor. Kang Seo started quietly pulling on his clothes and glanced back. His panic eased up a bit when he saw she was still asleep. Then he turned away, knowing he had to get out while the getting was good. After a while, he finally managed to stumble back to his place. He saw a message from Haru saying she'd gone to bed. He knew she was probably stressing, because he hadn't texted back. The dude went to punch in the door code, but his hand froze up at the last second. He just stood there at the door, trying to take a deep breath. Kang Seo was too chicken to face her after screwing things up. He was stuck at the entrance, wishing he could just switch places with her right now. Eventually, Haru finally opened her eyes the next morning. She noticed right away that the other side of the bed was empty. She started freaking out because he still hadn't messaged her since yesterday. As soon as she heard his voice, she jumped right in, asking where he crashed last night. He claimed he was too wasted and went home to his parents to crash. He apologized and said he's planning on staying with them for the weekend. Haru immediately started thinking that they must like to party hard at that company too. She didn't know what to do with herself that weekend, so she started watching a movie. Another hour and a couple of tubs of ice cream later, she started feeling bored. After a while, even the movie wasn't really holding her attention. She thought she'd enjoy some alone time, but she was just plain bored. For the first time in a long time, Haru found herself in a situation where nobody was talking to her. She used to love staying home, but now even scrolling through her feed was getting old. She randomly stumbled across a 10-minute beginner workout. She couldn't help but remember Seo always telling her to get some exercise. She finally decided to try a light workout and took off her sweater. After a while, she collapsed onto the rug, totally wiped. Even though she was beat, she decided to keep at it when she had the time. She reached out her hand and thought about taking a trip somewhere with him. Meanwhile, Kang Seo was just waking up at his parents' place. He stepped outside and felt how rotten he felt about all the lies he'd been telling. All this time, he'd just been acting like he was caught in a sticky situation. He pretended not to notice anything, but it's all come to this. Kang Seo slumped down, exhausted, and wondered how he was going to live his life from now on. He knew damn well Haru would dump him once she found out about this. The guy was caught off guard when he felt a light tap on the back of his head. His mom chewed him out for lazing around all day doing jack squat. She asked if he was there because he and his girl had a falling out. After that, she suggested he come with her to a certain place. Turns out, they ended up at some fancy-ass car dealership. Kang Seo's eyes went wide looking at all those brand new rides. Despite the excitement, he clearly didn't get why they were there. The woman calmly told him to pick out a car he liked. Kang Seo reminded her he already had a car, but she insisted on getting a new one. She told him to cut the dumb questions and just pick a damn car already. The guy got all flustered and said he wanted to buy a car for his sister, since he already had one. She confessed she'd changed her mind after he said he wasn't gonna get married. Now it hit him. She was only giving him the car because he was gonna marry Haru. She hinted they'd need a bigger car if they were planning on having kids. On top of that, she dropped that she hadn't seen him in 10 years. At that moment, she had no clue the kind of jam he was in. She was shocked when she saw her son crying for the first time in ages. He wiped his tears and said he didn't deserve any of this. Monday rolled around, and Haru started getting grilled about her boyfriend. Ms. Haru's boss was totally stoked that she worked at a company like this. She kept saying they should tie the knot while they're young and hot. The woman insisted she needed to take charge before someone snatched him up. Out of nowhere, she blurted out that she shouldn't get discouraged. She thought Haru seemed down, which made her want to cheer her up. Even though she said that, she'd still love to be at their wedding. They were about to talk about their team leader, but they heard a huge yell. The boss was chewing out Yeren again for screwing up the receipts. Haru knew right away she couldn't stick up for her this time. To her surprise, Yeren started standing up for herself and said she'd redo the work. Haru wasn't exactly thrilled they were hitting her up for help again. The boss went silent, surprised she'd say something like that. He left, saying he wouldn't let it slide so easily next time. Yeren just calmly agreed and apologized for the mistake. Haru decided to talk to her about it and saw she wasn't letting it get her down. Yeren figured the boss just didn't like her, plain and simple. She smiled and out of the blue said it was important to her that Haru didn't hate her. She added that she could only work there in peace because of her. After a short pause, Haru decided to ask her something. Not long ago, she said she knew that guy from the bank. She hinted she didn't want her private stuff talked about behind her back. Yeren apologized for being misunderstood. The girl lit up and asked for advice on what else she could improve. She was surprised when Haru gently brought up her vibrant clothing choices. The girl implied she might be treated differently if something changed. On top of that, she mentioned the higher-ups might not be thrilled with it. Yeren clenched her fists, all determined, and promised to work on her style. That evening, Kang Se-oh was back to agonizing over what the heck to do. He wasn't ready to face Haru and had no clue how to handle things. The dude was sure he could avoid her, but she tracked him down herself. She reminded him she'd texted about how they should spend the evening. Haru blushed, saying she should meet him after work too. It was hard for her to suggest, but she wanted to get closer to him. Kang Se-oh was about to answer, but he heard a voice he didn't expect. Seung-yi wanted to talk, but awkwardly pointed out he had company. He spun around, barely managing to stammer out that he had to go. One look at the two of them was all Haru needed to get suspicious. Kang Se-oh got back to their conversation, saying he wanted to eat out too. He saw Haru's distant look and asked her what she was staring at. Haru never believed in women's intuition until she experienced it herself. She refused to believe something so fleeting could even exist. Before, she'd been scared, but she pushed those thoughts away. She kept telling herself it was all just a figment of her overactive imagination. But now, she felt a discomfort that completely ruined her mood. She was sure there was something between them and decided to find out for sure. With a sudden move, she pulled him close and kissed him. Kang Se-oh recoiled in surprise, not understanding what had gotten into her. Haru didn't respond and instead pressed her lips to his again. Kang Se-oh didn't notice that she was deliberately watching Seung-hee's reaction. Just as she expected, the girl turned around and flinched at her gaze. She practically tripped over herself trying to look away, face burning up. I think even the guy started to realize something was seriously off with her. He pulled back real quick and was like, "Are you out of your mind?" Se-oh glanced around, asking what they'd do if someone from the company saw them. After a beat, Haru just grabbed his arm. No words. She yanked him toward the office, figuring nobody was around. The guy went red, and totally confused, confirmed that everyone had already left. Haru gave him this intense look and suggested they head inside. A little later, they burst into the office, using his security pass. Haru pounced on him like she hadn't eaten in days. Kang Se-oh wanted her to go home, but she wasn't budging. She decided to find out what was bugging him, since he was being so difficult. He couldn't give a straight answer, so she grabbed his cheeks. Haru looked right into his eyes and told him to look back at her. No sooner did she ask another question than he came on strong again. The guy pinned her against the glass, not even caring if anyone saw them. Sometimes, Haru wished she had a little more common sense. She didn't have any real proof to say anything, so she was just stuck swallowing her anger. She tried to turn those feelings into passion, like she always did. Kang Se-oh didn't know how he'd face her again, but right now, all he felt was desire. Their eyes locked in this crazy, messed-up way. Se-oh knew he could only hate himself for this. Part of him was relieved she didn't know what went down, but the whole thing still pissed him off. At the end of the day, he realized he was stuck. He kissed her, wishing someone could rewind time. Se-oh had walked right into a trap of his own making, and there was no way out. After a while, they left the office and headed home. Haru deliberately walked ahead of him, not wanting to be near him. She didn't want anything anymore, just felt this crushing bitterness. Se-oh felt like he was gonna puke, even though he hadn't eaten all day. Haru froze in the middle of the street and told him he could head home today. She added that there was no point in him coming to her place if he was feeling awkward. Seo knew she wasn't just saying stuff, and he wouldn't catch any flack if he left. Even though he wanted to bolt, he still managed to hug her. She said she'd heard that sometimes people can develop feelings for someone else. On top of that, she admitted that she hadn't been paying enough attention to him. She locked eyes with him and asked him to be straight with her. His heart clenched when she asked if he was with Seung-hee on Friday. His hands started shaking, just thinking about how she'd react to the truth. He clenched his fist, realizing there was no way she'd ever forgive him. Seo squeezed her shoulder, saying he understood why she was having doubts. He forced a smile and asked if she was mad, because he hadn't texted. Looks like Haru definitely wasn't expecting that kind of response from him. She snuggled up to him and apologized for being so insecure. Kang-seo apologized back, while secretly hating himself. The next morning, he went back to work and ran into Seung-hui. He didn't even acknowledge her greeting and just walked on by. He ignored her every time she tried to say anything to him. Kang-seo even tried to ignore her when it came to work-related stuff. Seung-hui didn't realize he was just trying to protect his own hide. Another day at the grind, and he was finally home. Kang-seo announced he was back and caught a whiff of something delicious. Haru hadn't cooked like this in ages. It practically floored him. He couldn't believe she'd actually made all this. Just because. Kang-seo figured there had to be a catch and demanded an explanation. The girl slammed down a pot and said she wanted to apologize for yesterday. She didn't get why he kept grilling her with all the questions. Eventually, his words got under her skin and she just stormed off. This sudden mood swing was so fast, it totally caught him off guard. A second later, he just chuckled, surprised by what just went down. It'd be way easier on him if she was just a straight-up bad person. He walked into the room and apologized to Haru for how he'd been acting. After a big dinner, they decided to hit the sack and get some sleep. Haru went to put her phone on the shelf and saw he was already out cold. She looked at his gentle face and started wondering what she was even doing. She felt this weird tension inside when a notification popped up. She had to check who could be texting him this late. Haru fought the urge, knowing she should just ask him about it. She tried to fall asleep, but that late-night notification was bugging her. A couple hours later, she finally got out of bed and grabbed the phone. She saw the message from Seung-hee saying she'd pretend like nothing happened. Right then, Haru felt like the floor just dropped out from under her. The next morning, Kang-seo woke up to his alarm like usual. He barely pried his eyes open and realized it was time to get ready for work. His eyes snapped wide open when he saw the bed was empty. He reached out to feel for Haru next to him, who should have been sleeping. Seo couldn't figure out where she went or why she wasn't picking up. He tried calling her all the way until he had to leave for work, but no luck. Turns out she left the house and left her phone behind. He saw the car keys were home and even thought about calling the cops. Right after that, he heard the front door starting to open. He immediately pounced on her, asking where she was going dressed like that. Seo was rambling about how worried he was and didn't even notice her tears. He figured she was shivering from the cold and tried to get her inside. She said she'd been walking, trying to clear her head. Even after all that, her answer was still the same, right up until the end. After a short pause, she asked if he'd been with Seung-hee after the company party. The second she asked that, his heart just stopped. He knew this was coming, and he knew he couldn't lie. The guy was shaking, realizing he couldn't keep kidding himself anymore. He was about to break down after admitting it was true. Haru knew it deep down, but hearing it from him just twisted the knife. She slapped him across the face, asking how he could do that to her. Her eyes welled up as she looked at him, asking what she did to deserve this. Seo broke down, saying he didn't even remember how it happened. Haru swept everything off the table, screaming that he lied to her. She collapsed on the floor, hysterical, repeating that he swore nothing happened. Kang-seo reached out to her, barely touching her, and admitted he messed up big time. He hugged her from behind, feeling her pain like it was his own. He kept apologizing for a long time, and then he dragged himself to work. Even the boss felt bad yelling at him when he saw his beat-up face. He told him to be on time from now on and then sent him to the store. After that, he ran the errand and waited near the building. Sunny asked if he'd seen the message she'd sent. She reminded him about the company party in her message. Kang-seo didn't remember any message like that, so he decided to check. He got pissed and asked why she was texting him about that stuff in the middle of the night. The guy asked if she even considered that his girlfriend might get the wrong idea about those texts. The girl felt super embarrassed and bowed, begging for forgiveness. She said she didn't even think that Haru might see her message. He left, but not before telling her to drop the whole office party thing. CEO just couldn't wrap his head around how she could be so clueless. Sunhee felt guilty, but still didn't get why he was giving her the cold shoulder. She couldn't help but remember him calling her Haru's name at the hotel. The girl tried to tell herself he was just feeling awkward about it all. CEO bolted straight home from work, but as he got closer to his building, he froze dead in his tracks. He saw all his stuff, even their photos together, dumped out on the street. He decided to test his hunch and tried to punch in the code. And yeah, she'd even gone and changed the damn door code on him. The guy just plopped down right on the steps and tried to talk to her. He asked her why she had to be so cold, tossing out their pictures like that. Then he went back to the door, like he knew she was listening to every word. He apologized and said he just wanted to talk things through with her. He kept saying he just wanted to see her, to talk face to face and hash it out. Kang-seo was sure she was home and was ready to wait her out, no matter what. In the end, a whole week went by, starting from that very day. He knew he messed up, big time, but he just wanted to catch a glimpse of her. The dude even came by on the weekends, but it was all for nothing, a total waste. He turned around after some lady walking by asked him for a hand. This lady asked for directions, said it was her first time visiting her daughter. He told her she was in the right place. She found the house all right. He said he was headed there too, and offered to help her with her bags. You should have seen the look on his face when she told him which apartment she needed. She gave him a confused smile and said her daughter's name was Haru. He immediately bowed awkwardly and said he was Haru's boyfriend. She turned down his help, saying she wanted to see her daughter herself. Kang-seo was clueless what he did wrong, figured Haru was talking to her family again. The woman suggested they go inside and wait for the girl there. He was about to say they'd had a falling out, but Haru caught them first. She stared at her mom, totally shocked, and asked what she was doing here. The woman replied coldly that it took her a while to track her down. She grabbed her daughter's hand and asked how she was doing. The girl immediately smacked her hand away and told her to get lost. She repeated angrily that she should leave and forget where she lives. Haru was yelling so loud that even people walking by started to turn around. Seo wanted to step in, but she immediately snapped that he didn't know anything. She added that he had no right to get involved in this mess. He tried to calm her down, but she screamed at them both to get out. She added that she'd call the cops if they didn't clear off her property. The woman squeezed Kang-seo's hand, saying no one would listen to him anyway. She gave him a sweet smile and offered to grab a cup of coffee with her. He knew he should be talking to Haru, but she was really pushy. Ultimately, Haru's mom managed to drag him into a cafe. She spun this whole sob story about working her butt off because Haru's dad was sick. She also went on and on about her son, saying what a great guy he is. The woman made up this thing about Haru being sickly and high-strung since she was a kid. She added that she was so happy for her, now that she'd met such a good man. Haru's mom, acting all casual, decided to ask exactly where he lived. She perked right up when she heard he lived in a fancy neighborhood. She also found out his dad was a big-shot executive at some major company. The woman called his family amazing and told Haru she needed to act accordingly. She held out her bag to him, saying it was super delicious. The woman smoothly countered every objection he had, talking circles around him. Kang-seo stood up and said that Haru wasn't a bad person at all. He confidently stated that he'd never seen her do anything wrong. On top of that, he added that Haru got angry because of his mistake. He decided not to explain anything and said he'd just give her the food. After that conversation, he tried to go back to Jung-haru. He was hoping that, after at least a week, she'd be willing to talk to him. He kept hitting the button over and over, but she still wouldn't answer. At one point, he started banging on the door, saying he had something to give her. After another try like that, he just froze, realizing she wasn't budging. He said he brought her something her mom sent, and then he left. Right after saying that, he went back outside and pulled a pack out of his pocket. He'd heard from Haru before that she wasn't talking to her family. Up until now, he had no idea why she was avoiding her relatives. He thought it was weird that her mother spoke so negatively about her. He was trying to figure out why Haru wasn't in contact with her family. The guy froze in place when he heard a click nearby. He saw Haru come out of the house and dump out the box. The guy immediately grabbed her hand and was like, "What are you doing with perfectly good food?" He cooled his jets real quick when he saw the look on her face. Her face and eyes were so red, like she'd been crying for hours. He tried to find out what was wrong, but she wouldn't tell him anything. She called him a jerk and asked what he even cared after what he pulled. He wasn't having that and asked how he could not care. Kang Seo tried to talk to her, but she just kept saying it didn't matter. She asked if he seriously wanted to pretend like everything was okay. He begged her to let him explain, but she just told him to get lost. Kang Seo wasn't having it. He pulled her in close. He stared right through her, then let her go, saying he understood. The guy just calmly said he wouldn't be back. And whatever happens, happens. Haru just took off, didn't say a single word back. After that, she bolted into the building and slammed the door shut. Kang Seo watched her go, feeling the tears welling up. He could see she wasn't okay and was mixed up in something shady. The guy knew better than anyone she was hurting, but he couldn't even get close. He only just now noticed the food she threw away. The next morning, Haru pulled herself together and headed to work. Seeing her mom again just dredged up all those awful memories. All these years, she'd been thinking about her mom, even wanting to forgive her for everything. She had no idea trying to forgive her would make her feel so pathetic. She remembered eating crab soup as a kid and how sick it made her. Haru told her mom that she was itchy and nauseous after eating it. The woman threw the plate down and called her ungrateful. She ripped into the girl for turning up her nose, even though she had an allergy. The woman looked up from her drink and only checked on her after the attack started. Haru collapsed on the table, clutching her throat like she was choking. Turns out, according to the doctors, she had a severe food allergy. They said to watch her diet closely, 'cause she could die. The woman thought that was messed up, since nobody else had this problem. The doctors suggested allergy tests, but she screamed that she was broke. The woman went ballistic and said she was just like her father. She yelled at her daughter to go home after she woke up. Haru heard what everyone was saying and felt totally ashamed and hurt. After a while, she thought she should be grateful to her mom for caring. Then she realized that a real mom wouldn't have acted that way. Young Haru decided she'd never forget this whole thing. Still, in the back of her head, she couldn't help but think about the food they brought her. A coworker came up to her and asked if she'd been alone in the office after lunch. The girl said she hadn't been able to find her wallet since lunchtime. She couldn't help but remember a time she'd had a falling out with this girl. Haru knew that she could still be holding a grudge and be bitter. Ultimately, she replied that she hadn't noticed anything out of the ordinary. The girl called it weird and implied that she might have been involved somehow. Haru got indignant and asked if she was accusing her of stealing. Yeren showed up and said that she was also in the office during lunch. She glanced at Haru and said that they both skipped lunch. The girl realized she couldn't keep arguing and decided to leave. All she could do was leave and try to find her wallet. Yeren touched her coworker's shoulder and asked why she wasn't taking a break. She smiled kindly and suggested they grab a cup of coffee. Eventually, they headed to the cafeteria to get some fresh coffee. Haru thanked her for the help because she really could have been blamed for everything. Haru asked her not to lie anymore so they wouldn't get into trouble. The girl smiled and decided to find out why she'd been gone. She was shocked when Yeren guessed that her boyfriend had been unfaithful. The girl said it was really obvious to everyone, even though she was trying to hide it. Yeren only needed to see her face because she'd been through the same thing. Their conversation got cut short when the director showed up. He suggested grabbing lunch sometime since she bailed on their meeting. Haru decided to find out why they hadn't eaten together. Yeren said there were rumors flying around about them, and she needed to be careful. She explained she was hanging around him because she supports her family and wants to work full-time. Haru had no idea she was dealing with all that. She told her not to sweat it and that she was taking the news okay. Yeren tried to cheer her up, saying she'd definitely find someone even better. A couple hours later, Haru finally headed home to her empty place. She spent a long time thinking about what Yeren had said about the kind of person she was. Haru couldn't help but remember when she ended up in the hospital. She was bawling her eyes out in the ward that night, totally burnt out. She was apologizing to Seo for taking all her anger out on him. Kang Seo just took it and told her she needed to eat better once she got out. He tried to lighten the mood with a joke, calling her a goofball. She could see that even though he was smiling, his hands were shaking. It suddenly hit her that he looked even more freaked out than she was. If it wasn't for him, she never would have known what it felt like to be cared for. She threw open the door, thinking she'd never feel that way again. Haru figured she was getting what she deserved for being so greedy. She stepped inside and just broke down, knowing it was time to let the place go. She went to close the door, but someone grabbed the edge of it. Standing behind her was the lowlife she dreaded seeing most. Her brother smirked, all snake-like, and said it had been too long. The next day, Kang Seo decided to stake out Haru's place again. He watched all the couples and felt like crap spending Christmas like this. Seo glanced at the hotel invites he'd prepped for the holiday. He couldn't help but think about that shellfish dish Haru's mom gave her. The guy doubted she really didn't know her daughter had allergies. He cut that thought off quick when he heard someone walking nearby. Kang Seo was stoked when he finally managed to catch Haru. He confessed he'd told her mom about her apartment, but it felt kinda weird to him. She told him not to sweat it, since her mom would have found her anyway. Kang Seo spotted a massive bruise on her neck and pulled down her collar. He started grilling her, 'cause he knew she didn't just bump into something. She smirked after he asked what lowlife hit her. Haru said he'd been rough with his roommate and asked her to smooth things over. Kang Seo heard the details of their relationship and was shocked she hadn't said anything. She admitted she hadn't posted any pics, so her family wouldn't track him down. He didn't get how he was supposed to know something she never even mentioned. Haru's face darkened, guessing he was just being kept in the dark. She couldn't help but think back to what her first boyfriend said about why her mom didn't like her. Out of nowhere, she brought up that Seo had slept with someone else. He was trying to be there for her, but clearly didn't expect her to throw that in his face. He yanked his hand away, feeling totally disgusted. He scoffed, asking if she was seriously going to keep acting like this. Kang Seo looked at her smirk and said she was just feeling sorry for herself. He gritted his teeth when she actually agreed with him. This whole conversation just pissed him off more, so he decided to bail. He left her to deal with her own mess and sarcastically told her to have a good one. Haru stumbled back home, legs like lead, to a place that was a total mess. She just collapsed on the floor, clothes and all, and realized she was feeling incredibly sorry for herself. The girl was wallowing in self-pity, with this gnawing emptiness eating her up inside. Every second that passed, Haru felt it grabbing hold of her, tighter and tighter. At one point, she wondered if there was any point to her being in this world. This whole thing just dragged her right back to memories of her childhood. The beaten-up girl went out into the hallway and saw her mom coming home from work. She immediately beelined for her son, wanting to see his test scores. The woman didn't even notice that her daughter was covered in bruises. She started yelling at her son because he'd bombed his exams again. Haru was lost in thought until she heard someone banging on the door. She went to answer it, but realized her intercom was busted. At first, she figured it was Kang Seo knocking. A minute later, she heard the neighbor getting pissed about the loud banging. She demanded Haru open the door, saying they were gonna wake her kid. Finally, Haru couldn't take it anymore and threw the door open. To her surprise, it wasn't Seo standing there at all. Her mom smiled and said they were starting to think she wasn't home. They sauntered into the apartment and asked if she'd eaten the crabs yet. Haesu called the apartment spacious and asked how much she was paying for it. Haru was so bummed out by everything, she just wasn't even reacting. Her mom was walking around, all shocked at how messy the apartment was. Haesu hinted she shouldn't mention anything about him, roughing her up. Haru demanded to know what the heck they were even doing there. The woman got all sappy, saying they should be a family. Haru clenched her fist and reminded her how she blew all her scholarship money on her son. And even after all that, she wouldn't let Haru go to college. The girl laughed and asked if she'd ever actually cared about her. Ever. She turned to her brother and demanded he explain how he needed cash, 'cause he'd gotten into a fight with some dude. Haru knew perfectly well her mom was just after the money too. Her mom straight up admitted she's got no conscience and told her to just forget everything. She swore they'd be paying her back for her kindness for the rest of their lives. Haru remembered crying in her room after she left home. She was all alone, and leaving didn't make things any better. There was only one way left to test if her mom was for real. She turned to her brother and told him she wouldn't give him a dime, even if they beat her to a pulp. She was waiting to see how her mom would react to her screwing over her brother. Just like she thought, the woman called her a moron and told her to act right. She started tearing into her, saying she'd lost her mind. Haesu grabbed her shoulder and said he could shake the money out of her. He slammed her against the wall, hard, and swore he'd finish her off tonight. Haru really thought this was it, but then it all just stopped. She blinked her wet eyes open and saw a familiar figure standing over her. Kang Seo grabbed Haesu by the throat and shoved him away from her with one blow. He glared at him, eyes blazing, and demanded to know who he was. He didn't even wait for an answer before punching him in the face again. Not long before, he'd headed straight home after talking with Haru. The dude changed into his sweats and crashed, but he couldn't stop replaying her words in his head. He just couldn't shake the fact that she was worried about him. He took a good look around his room and decided to compare it to hers. Kang Seo was thinking about how he grew up in a warm, spacious house. Even though they had their fights, his family was still tight. Growing up, he got to experience pretty much everything he ever wanted. He knew that for Haeru, that kind of life wasn't something she took for granted. Kang Seo tried to comfort her, but he knew his words might actually make things worse. Just remembering that mark on her neck made him jump up. Right after that, a really messed up thought popped into his head. He changed in a flash and hurried back to Haeru's place. His mom saw him getting ready to bolt without saying a word. She wanted to give him hell, but he was gone before she could even open her mouth. Kang Seo hauled ass to her place, like he could feel something bad was going down. He made it to her house in like 2 minutes, punched in the code, and ran upstairs. His gut was right, because the door was cracked open. As soon as he got inside, he saw Haeru getting roughed up. Just seeing the fear in her eyes made him snap. He threw himself in front of Haeru and decked the creep. Looks like Haeru's family didn't expect anyone to show up. Even she didn't think anyone would come to her rescue. He was running on pure instinct. He didn't even have to think. He instantly grabbed the lowlife by the throat and demanded to know who he was. Kang Seo was so pissed, he just started wailing on him. Haesu got knocked to the floor, slammed his back right into the cabinet. He tried to curse him out, but Kang Seo shut him up and forced him to be quiet. Just one look from the guy in Haesu's body made his blood run cold. Haru's mom could only watch as her precious son got what was coming to him. I think even Haru was shocked at how fiercely he was protecting her. She'd never seen him so dangerous, so ready to go to town. Kang Seo was acting on pure instinct, like he'd go to the mat for her. The woman tried to defend her son, asking if that's how his parents raised him. She begged Haru to stop him from beating her brother to a pulp. The girl just wanted to know if her mom would have protected her if someone was hitting her. The woman immediately agreed that she would protect her daughter. Haru asked why she hadn't protected her even once in all these years. She was screaming and sobbing, hurt by how she'd been treated. Haru was trying to understand why they still hadn't loved her after everything she'd done. Against all expectations, her mother just kept blaming her. The girl was overwhelmed by the feeling that she shouldn't even exist. The woman yelled that with her personality, her only option was to find some sugar daddy. She believed Haru owed her a debt for being born. Before she could finish her crazy rant, Seo grabbed Hisu again. He ignored the woman's screams and dragged him towards the stairs. The kid was hanging on to the edge of his jacket, making it clear he could let go any second. He demanded they get out of Haru's life and stay out. Seo glared daggers at the woman and said he could seriously mess up her son. He held him there, right up until Haru grabbed his jacket. She lowered her head and just quietly begged him to stop. The girl broke down, saying she just wanted it all to end. Seeing her face, Kang Seo tensed up even more, clenching his jaw. He roughly threw the kid onto the floor, away from the stairs. Kang Seo declared that from now on, they wouldn't dare hurt Haru again. He saw the woman's crazed look and told her they were done here. The woman kept screaming insults and threatening she wouldn't let this go. He calmly walked deeper into the room, ignoring their shouting. Eventually, Haesu told her to cut the embarrassing act and suggested she leave. Kang Seo grabbed the girl's suitcase and told her to pack the essentials. He added that she should stay at a hotel until they found a new place. To his surprise, she shoved him and asked why she had to pack her things. He asked her not to make things harder and begged her to give him a chance. He went silent after she screamed that she was just mortified. She covered her face and said she was ashamed of herself after everything he'd seen. Haru said that he shouldn't feel obligated to stay with her out of pity. He got pissed and asked how she could possibly know what he felt for her. She broke down, crying, and asked how he could ever love someone like her. Ignoring all her worries, he grabbed her head and kissed her. Kang Seo felt like he was being driven by this crazy mix of anger and desire. He pulled away from her lips, making it clear he didn't think she was pathetic. He stared into her tear-filled eyes, like he wanted to give her some kind of confirmation. One look was all it took for her to pull him close and kiss him back. Her move set off a whole new wave of passion and emotions in him, and they ended up doing what they always did to try and make things better. They couldn't solve the problem, but they could offer each other some comfort. Kang Seo suddenly swept her up into his arms and pinned her against the wall. They moved with such urgency and passion, like they were afraid of losing each other. With each passing second, their clothes were coming off faster and faster. Kang Seo gently laid her on the bed and paused, taking a breath before going further. He could list 100 reasons why he loved her, but none of it mattered right now. The guy suddenly broke down and said she was the most precious thing in the world to him. He confessed, with all his heart, that he'd just been in love with her from the start. The girl was on the verge of tears after hearing those powerful words. Haru felt the tears streaming down her face and held him close again. She wanted to hear how much he loved her until the sun came up. Bottom line, they ended up spending Christmas together after all. Haru spaced out, realizing he'd felt obligated to her from the start. She always figured she was wrong, and his feelings weren't the real deal. Sometimes she couldn't shake the thought that she just couldn't let go. The girl knew that how long they'd been together was making those thoughts even worse. Kang Seo agreed with that, but wasn't about to excuse his screw-ups. He confessed that all he wanted was to be with her, if she'd let him. Haru asked if he'd turn a blind eye if she kept giving him a hard time about everything. Now he knew everything about her, and she wasn't going to hide anything anymore. They started talking about how well he fought, even though it was his first time. Haru smiled and said she felt really refreshed. The girl added that she'd love to take a swing at her brother sometime too. Kang Seo told her she was lucky and then kissed her again. Not much time passed before the new year rolled around. Young Haru had to move and change where she was living on short notice. Even so, almost nothing changed in Kang Seo and the girl's relationship. They still woke up and ate together, just like before. Over time, their old wounds started to fade into the background of their daily routine. Their days together went by until Kang Seo got a new boss. He was surprised a company that big announced it so late. Before leaving, Young Jung Pak sized him up and took a jab. He said Seo looked like he'd just been pounding drinks at some dive bar. The guy smirked and said he looked like a total slacker. He made a point of singling out Seungi, saying it's all for the good of the company. He hoped she knew how to hustle. And after that, her hands started shaking. The senior employee turned around and saw Seungi trembling with dread. After that, their whole group was buzzing about it during break. Everyone knew that Jerk was deliberately picking on the staff. One time, he singled out an employee and made him work overtime for a mistake. Pak only kept his job because of who he knows, but they shipped him off to this dump. Kang Seo was pissed that now he's the one in the hot seat. On top of that, the guys noticed how Seungi totally flipped out. Kang Seo just tuned out their chatter and started thinking about dinner. That evening, he rushed home to see his girl. He was floored by the mountain of dishes piled up from the day. Seo snuggled up to Haru and griped about how his new boss has it in for him. She tried to cheer him up and wished him a good night's sleep. She gently stroked his head, which brought a smile to his face. Despite the calm vibe, she couldn't fall asleep until super late. The girl waited until he was asleep and snagged his phone. She saw that all their texts were strictly business. They didn't have any issues, but she was still scared. She wanted to pretend that slip-up didn't matter, but she couldn't. Sometimes this gnawing anxiety would fade, but not always. Eventually, she felt guilty for snooping and put the phone down. She tried to tell herself there wasn't a problem, but she just couldn't. The next morning, Kang Seo woke up to some weird noises. He shot up and saw that the other side of the bed was empty. The guy rushed to the bathroom, where Haru was. He saw the girl kneeling by the toilet, looking like she'd eaten way too much. She figured that's why she felt so nauseous, and her head was pounding. Seo offered to grab some medicine, but she turned him down. Haru said she'd just brush her teeth and crash, since she was already feeling a little better. Caringly, Kang Seo put toothpaste on her brush and told her to open up. She wanted to do it herself, but he insisted on helping her out. The guy meticulously brushed her teeth, like he was taking care of a little kid. Afterwards, he asked if she thought she could make it to her bed okay. Haru was about to say she could, but he just scooped her up in his arms. It felt totally weird to her that he was suddenly being so protective. She tried to get him to explain himself, but he just laughed it off. Before answering, Kang Seo looked away and saw his phone. Haeru demanded again that he let her go, but he just kissed her instead. After that, he smiled gently, like he wanted to show everything was okay. At that moment, she realized she should have put the phone back. By morning, Kang Seo figured out she'd been reading his messages every night. He tried to deny it happened, pretending he didn't remember anything. Even so, he didn't want to bring that whole thing up again right now. All that mattered to him now was keeping this delicate balance from falling apart. After that, he walked into the office and greeted the boss. The short dude immediately locked eyes with Kang Seo. He asked him to step into the conference room for a sec, said he had something to tell him. Kang Seo wasn't really sure what he could possibly have to say to this guy. The manager asked why the sales were in the toilet at the store he was in charge of. He wasn't buying the excuse that Kang Seo had only been with the company for a month. The second he saw that sarcastic look on Seo's face, he lost it. The manager said Seo was acting like he was getting chewed out for no reason. He smirked and asked if he thought he was being unfairly blamed. This little weasel was straight up messing with the guy, trying to get a rise out of him. After what felt like forever, Kang Seo finally headed out for his break. He was floored that the boss wasted an hour on that garbage. He was about to blow a gasket, but the cost of the wedding was keeping him in line. Kang Seo dealt with his share of BS, but this was just too much. He put down the incense and decided to text Seung-hee. The guy announced that, from now on, all orders go through the company messenger. He used to hate that idea, but now he saw the upside. Meanwhile, Haeru was chatting with Yerin about work during their break. She pointed out that the girl was now handling most of her tasks with no problem. Haeru smiled and said she wouldn't even need her approval soon. Yerin was super stoked that she was finally getting the hang of things. After that, Haeru decided to ask her a question about the past. She asked if Yerin had discussed her boyfriend's infidelity with anyone. Yerin's face darkened, and she said she wasn't that clueless or naive. Her reaction was so over the top and funny that Haeru burst out laughing. After that, they decided to head back to their workstations. As soon as they got back to the office, they heard someone shouting. A woman was yelling at an employee, demanding that her colleague be brought to her. The second they arrived, she immediately walked up to the girls. The woman swiftly slapped Yerin across the face in front of everyone. It happened so fast that Haeru didn't even have time to react. The rest of our coworkers were just as frozen in shock at what they saw. That slap was so brutal, Yerim just face-planted onto the floor. The woman announced that she didn't do this over some stupid misunderstanding. She added that her coworker was stealing men away from their families. Haru instantly remembered all the anxiety she had about her boyfriend cheating. Because of that, she immediately figured there was more to the story. The woman went after Yerim again, asking if she even knew her. She said she'd been noticing her husband's infidelity for a long time now. She added that she wouldn't put up with it anymore and was filing for divorce. The betrayed woman stumbled toward the exit, saying their little fling wouldn't last. The boss bolted out of his office, saying he could explain everything. He tried to tell her it wasn't what it looked like, but she just walked away. The team immediately started buzzing about this messed-up situation. They quickly figured out that the woman wasn't the director's wife. They remembered she was actually Huang's wife, the manager. Haru silently looked at the humiliated girl sitting on the floor. Turns out, Yerin wasn't just seeing the director, but also manager Huang. Now everything clicked, and they understood what was going on. One of the nasty coworkers said she probably liked older guys because she had daddy issues. His armchair psychology was totally disgusting. Haru put him in his place, reminding him his wife's about to dump him. She hinted at his drinking problem and said nobody'd want to touch him with a 10-foot pole. The guy was totally crushed by that brutal honesty. He tried to fire back, saying she's pushing 32 and her biological clock's ticking. During the break, her boss told her she crossed a line. She'd never let herself go there before, but now she risked her neck. She could tell something was bugging Haru and wanted to get the scoop. Haru just said his behavior was getting on her nerves. He's got a whole laundry list of flaws that are just repulsive. Ultimately, they still landed on the fact that Haru might face some repercussions. They both knew Yerin wouldn't get fired because of the company's situation. Now, they had to make sure she didn't quit on her own. After that, the girl left and told her to come back after the boss came out. After a few more hours, this day finally came to an end. Haru was walking home in the rain, wondering why she did it. She remembered her own pain and realized she shouldn't have stuck up for Yaren. Looks like even she couldn't figure out why she did it. She was so lost in thought about it that she didn't feel the hand. The next moment, Haru flinched and saw a familiar smile. Kang Seo looked at the girl and asked if she'd been waiting long. He immediately kicked himself for leaving his umbrella back at the office. The girl really wanted to forgive him, even though she knew it wouldn't be easy. They walked a few yards and decided to wait out the rain in a coffee shop. Kang Seo was stoked he'd managed to snag a table for them. Haru glanced around and spotted a familiar face in the crowd. Mr. Jaehyun instantly smiled when he saw Haru. He pointed out that they were both grabbing a bite after work. He explained that he had a meeting scheduled, but it got canceled. Jaehyun awkwardly said he felt weird eating alone, so he was about to bail. They ended up feeling bad for the guy and invited him to join them. So, during the conversation, he found out they'd been dating for a whole decade. Dude was visibly shocked they'd been together that long. He also brought up that Edie used to be in a relationship, but it ended. He explained why, saying he wasn't really torn up about it. Jaehyun decided to ask about wedding plans, but their answers didn't match up. Haru kind of flinched when he said he wanted to get hitched next year. Unlike him, she said they weren't getting married anytime soon. Moon Jaehyun saw their mixed signals and felt a little awkward. After that weirdness, the table went totally silent. Jaehyun quickly changed the subject and brought up that whole scandal thing. That immediately piqued Kang Seo's interest. But Haru didn't know what to say. It was awkward talking about infidelity with the guy who did the dirty deed right there. Ultimately, she just acted like the rumors were blown way out of proportion. Jaehyun decided to check if her leg was okay after what happened back then. She instantly started coughing when he asked if she'd gotten those shoes fixed. Haru tried to ditch Seo and asked him to grab her a glass of water. After that, she asked him not to mention those shoes around her boyfriend. She awkwardly looked away after he asked why. The girl remembered how he'd given her those shoes about 3 years ago. He'd bought them with his first paycheck because he thought she'd like them. Hera didn't really see the point of spending so much, but she agreed to try them on. He personally slipped them on her feet to see if they fit right. The dude grinned, saying they looked amazing on her. She hated heels, but his excited face made her put up with it. After that fitting, she had a long, tiring walk in the park ahead of her. Kang Seo kept patting himself on the back for getting her such a great gift. He just went on and on about how awesome he was for picking out those shoes. He kept saying it all evening, totally clueless about how uncomfortable they were. You should have seen his face when she finally told him she hated the shoes. She was pissed that he made her walk around in those things all day. Besides that, he was showing them off all day, totally oblivious to his injuries. He got all down on himself, saying she should have told him she was hurting. Kang Seo said he can't read her mind and didn't know she was having a rough time. She got pissed and said he's giving her things she never even asked for. Eventually, their happy date turned into a full-blown fight. After that, she chucked a shoe at him and said she wasn't going to wear them. They made up pretty quick after that, but still forgot all about the shoes. She knew Seo would be shocked to find out she'd been wearing them recently. Moon Jae-yoon said that reason is actually pretty weak. Right then, Kang Seo showed up with a glass of water in his hand. He turned to the girl and asked if she was feeling any better. She thanked him and said she was doing okay now. Moon Jae-hyun flashed them a smile and asked Seo where he got those shoes. He wiped the girl's face and guessed he'd found them at the mall. His buddy said they looked comfy, so he figured he'd grab a pair too. Right after that, Seo stepped away to take a call from his boss. Haru huffed, asking if he'd brought that up on purpose. She told him they shouldn't go there, and then he smirked like he knew something. To her surprise, he said he was just a little ticked off, that's all. Then Moon Jae-hyun calmly took a sip of his cool water. Meanwhile, Kang Seo headed outside to have a word with that idiot. He sighed, totally beat, and promised himself he'd deal with the problem tomorrow. After that, he glanced over at his girl and his old buddy. He kept grilling her about how she managed to go out wearing busted-up shoes. Seemed like Kang Seo wasn't too thrilled watching them have such a cozy chat. After that, they headed home, since the rain just wouldn't let up. Haru was surprised that her boyfriend decided to hit the sack early. He patted her on the head and said he had to head to work early in the morning because of the boss. The guy said he didn't want to go, but he had to. Haru gave him a doubtful look, like she suspected something was up. Kang Seo started to say something, but immediately thought better of it. He instantly turned away after she brought up Jaehyun's name. Ultimately, he just quietly agreed with what she said. Haru pointed out that she couldn't talk about a wedding in front of someone who broke off an engagement. That gave him hope, since he was worried about her answer. He casually said it was only natural, she wasn't planning on getting married. The girl smiled and told him he didn't have to be shy about asking. She traced his lips, saying they were trying to fix things. Kang-seo went silent, then slowly ran his tongue over her finger. He suddenly bit her finger and asked how long she and Jae-hyun had been so tight. Haru hesitated, asking him to spell it out. The guy bit her hand again, saying he thought they had a connection. As soon as she said they weren't close, he was licking her fingers again. He made her blush, asking what they were talking about. Haru realized she was already tired of keeping all this bottled up. Finally, she asked if he remembered the shoes he gave her. Kang-seo barely stopped himself from bursting out laughing. Haru decided to lay down the law right then and there, letting him know what was at stake. He still wanted to know why she decided to wear the shoes. The guy froze after she mentioned his coworker, Seung-hee. She said she thought her shoes looked good on her, so she decided to wear them. But she ended up wrecking them because she wasn't used to them. She wanted to get the shoes fixed, but he just told her to toss them. The guy said thoughtfully that it was his fault she was stressing over Seung-hee. He pulled her close and added that he felt bad he hurt her. Kang-seo admitted honestly that all he felt about those shoes was guilt. Even so, Haru still felt bad about throwing them away. Kang-seo kissed her shoulder and offered to buy her new ones. At that moment, Haru realized he was permanently living with a guilty conscience. She decided to grant his wish and promised she'd throw them out. She kissed him softly and said she was okay now. Haru asked if they could pick out shoes together next time. Kang-seo agreed to her request and held her close. After that, they comforted each other with their love for a long time. Haru opened her eyes as the sun streamed into the room. She glanced at the alarm clock and realized she'd woken up earlier than she expected. The girl struggled to prop herself up on her elbows and felt a dull ache. As soon as she felt the soreness in her muscles, the night came rushing back to her. They were overcome with such passion, it was like they were 20 again. They shared warmth and affection until the morning came. She blushed, silently hoping the neighbors hadn't heard anything. The girl turned and spotted a note on the pillow next to her. The guy wrote that he'd left a sandwich in the fridge and didn't feel like going to work. Just his thoughtfulness brought a happy smile to her face. Haru felt like she was slowly but surely getting better. Meanwhile, Kang-seo dragged himself to the office. Even though it was his day off, he realized that yesterday was the first time Haru had really opened up about how she felt. That made him happy, but the guilt he was feeling just wouldn't go away. He glanced around and noticed their team leader's spot was empty. He was instantly flooded with all the crap that little jerk had been pulling. He was ready to tear him apart for every single time he tried to mock or belittle him. The next second, he jumped, totally not expecting to see anyone. Standing in front of him was a stunned Seung-hee, who was also at the office for some reason. The girl awkwardly explained that she came back to the office to get her stuff. Besides that, she decided to ask if he'd seen her thermos and mug. Seung-hee awkwardly lowered her gaze, trying to hold on to the jars in her hand. She wanted to leave, but a perfume bottle accidentally slipped from her grasp and shattered. The girl immediately tried to pick up the pieces and apologized. Kang-seo couldn't figure out why she was looking for her things on the boss's desk. After a while, he was finally able to head back home. Haru rushed to happily greet her man, who hadn't even had dinner yet. He hugged her, complaining about having to work on his day off. Haru felt a flicker of doubt and asked why he was so late. He'd originally said he only had to put in a little time in the morning. Kang-seo went silent, not knowing what to tell her. He said he had to set up their products at a new store. He went in place of another employee who couldn't make it. Seo smiled and even showed her a picture of how he arranged everything. He figured that would be enough to smooth over her suspicions. Haru smiled calmly, not mentioning she caught a whiff of perfume. After the weekend, Yerin came back to work and greeted everyone. She tried to strike up a casual conversation, but nobody answered. She quickly made an excuse about work and hurried away. Her co-workers immediately started gossiping about how she wasn't getting fired. Yerin left the office and greeted Deputy Hera. She decided to ask her how her weekend went. Ultimately, she decided to hash this whole thing out during break. Hera used to think she understood her, but turns out she was on the other side of things herself. The girl gave a chilly, "Good for you," about her not quitting. After all that drama, Yerin suddenly asked if they could grab a drink sometime. Haeru was floored by the girl's crazy suggestion. But in the end, she actually agreed to go to the bar with her. Yerin was stoked about going out. She hadn't had a drink in ages. She wanted Haeru to drink with her, but Haeru wasn't having it. Yerin figured she had a ton of questions and said she was down to answer them. Haeru said she was feeling weird being there and wanted to cut the meeting short. She was getting annoyed that Yerin was wasting her time. Finally, she dropped the bomb that she'd been seeing both the director and the department head. Yerin asked if she even cared why she was doing all this. She knew how it looked. A woman messing around with two married guys at once. The second she heard that, the smile just vanished from her face. Then, out of nowhere, she jumps up and chugs the whole damn bottle. She slams it on the table and says she wasn't always like this, you know? The girl gives this innocent smile and adds she just kinda turned into trash. She starts listing all the reasons why, and then drops the bomb about not having a dad. Yerin hears her story and throws shade, saying she doesn't know what it's like to see your dad with another woman. This drunk girl keeps calling herself a monster who deserves to be punished. Suddenly, she bursts into tears and says she knew she was messing up. The girl said she was so ashamed this time, she just wanted to disappear. She was mortified about getting chewed out in front of the boss. For some reason, she was stressing out about what the boss would think of her. She admitted she'd started pulling away from everyone after what Haeru said. She apologized, knowing she'd let her down. Haeru just told her she should be apologizing to the boss's wife. They both knew an apology wasn't going to get her off the hook. Even so, Haeru insisted it would help her turn things around. When she got home, she couldn't stop replaying the whole thing in her head. After that conversation, she decided to bail and said she'd cover the drinks. Out of nowhere, Yerin asked if she was planning on getting back with her boyfriend. She said she wanted to pay her back for her help with some advice. She said those guys were still hitting her up even after their wives found out. Yerin smirked, figuring he'd start treating her better, being all sweet and stuff. Those words were the reason Haeru couldn't sleep for the longest time. She didn't know if Seo would turn out to be like those other dudes. She was still on edge, but things were slowly starting to look up. She kept holding on to the hope that she hadn't made a mistake. She really wanted Kang Seo to prove her right. After a while, the girl opened her eyes and was surprised. She vaguely remembered she'd come to the living room for her laptop. Haeru came out to look something up, but ended up crashing out. The girl heard some freaky noises coming from the next room. She quietly cracked the door open and saw two people making out. The girl confronted her boyfriend, asking him what the heck he was doing. Her heart started pounding like crazy when she saw what was happening. She begged him to stop, but he kept right on kissing her, everywhere. It was like he was deliberately trying to break her down, and it was killing her. She clenched her fist, but her body started shaking even harder. She barely managed to scream and tell him to cut it out. To her surprise, Kang Seo actually stopped and smirked. He turned to Jung Hae-ru and asked if she really thought he was in love with her. The guy stepped forward and said he wasn't staying out of pity. He grabbed her face and told her that her self-worth was in the gutter, and even her family had given up on her. Seo scoffed and asked how she could even cling to her pride. He stared right through her, saying he just couldn't stand to see her like this. The guy was deliberately pushing her buttons, trying to make her break down. The next thing she knew, Haeru's eyes snapped open like she'd woken from a nightmare. She bolted upright and realized it had all been a dream. Haeru turned and saw her boyfriend snoring peacefully beside her. She struggled to catch her breath, trying to tell herself it was just a bad dream. She lost it and, in some kind of daze, grabbed him by the throat. It all happened so fast, she couldn't even think straight. Ever since then, she's had this nagging feeling that something's off. Kang Seo could be so damn charming. She didn't know how to handle it. At some point, she realized she sometimes felt straight-up rage towards him. Over and over, she wondered if he treated Seung-gi the same way. Her mind kept conjuring up stuff she didn't even witness. Her mood swung back and forth like a freaking pendulum. Again and again, she felt like she was gonna hurl. Even so, she only chose him and could only ever love him. Like a total loon, Haeru mumbled that it was no big deal. She was mumbling about how she shouldn't worry. Then she screamed that she forgave him. The next second, she snapped back to reality and realized what she was doing. That's what finally made her jump back and let go of his neck. The girl slumped and noticed the dark red marks on his neck. She tried to catch her breath, like she was stuck in some kind of crazy dream. A few hours later, Kang Seo got up and started getting ready for work. He noticed his body lotion jar was empty. He figured he'd borrow some from the girl, but then he saw the marks on his neck. Haru froze awkwardly, waiting for his reaction. She decided to ask if his neck was okay, but he acted like he didn't know what she was talking about. Kang Seo tried to play dumb, saying he scratched himself in his sleep. He even threw in some BS about winter mosquitoes. After a while, he just acted like nothing happened and got ready for work. Haru was thrown off by how early he was heading out. She started to get suspicious, because he never left this early before. She called him out on it so hard, even a chill dude like him was taken aback. Haru didn't immediately realize how harsh she'd come off. Afterwards, she apologized and just accepted that's how it had to be. She spaced out, wondering what the heck was going on with her. The next thing she knew, Kang Seo whipped out his phone and showed her the screen. That's when she saw the nasty messages from his boss. He explained he just didn't want to get any flack. The dude patted her on the head and wished her a good day at work. After that, he hurried out of the house and slammed the door shut. The girl huffed and smoothed down her messed up hair. Meanwhile, Kang Seo froze by the door and touched his neck. He overheard the girl celebrating that he hadn't suspected a thing. Sometime later, the girl finally arrived at the office. She ran into the infamous Yeren almost immediately. The girl gave a worn-out smile, offering to buy booze again. She was hoping things would be less awkward between them over drinks tonight. That evening, they got together to catch up on the latest gossip. Turns out, Yeren actually tracked down his wife to apologize. Haru was totally right to think she couldn't forgive Yeren. Even though she beat her with her purse, the girl still felt a little better afterwards. She'd heard rumors that nobody ever apologized for what happened. Yeren herself wasn't big on saying sorry for stuff that was already done. She figured Haru hated her as much as she hated the woman he cheated with. Haru admitted that her boyfriend was the kind of guy every girl wanted. She knew it was only a matter of time before someone like that came along. She hated the guy who crossed that line and made her look bad. She figured she could have turned things around if she'd started with a little more. Haru knew she might have been keeping him waiting too long. She said that's why she wasn't mad, just bummed out. Haru said seeing her put in the effort makes her think her boyfriend is trying too. Yeren smiled after hoping things would get better between them. She agreed and decided to toast to that hope. On top of that, Yeren cut ties with her boss after that whole mess. After a while, they finally decided to head home. Yeren wanted to keep going, but they both had work tomorrow. She said her goodbyes, promising she'd be back tomorrow, good as new. The girl leaned out the window and yelled that she loved Haru. For the first time all day, Haru felt just how bone-tired she was. A weird heaviness settled over her. She hadn't had a drop in ages. She admitted to herself she just wanted someone to come get her. She stepped away from the curb to call her boyfriend. Haru asked him to come pick her up. She'd had way too much to drink. He apologized, saying he couldn't. He was at Jung Hyun's grandma's funeral. Haru told him not to worry, and that she could handle it on her own. After that, they agreed to catch up later and said goodbye. Haru felt ashamed for whining to him about how she was doing. She knew it was nothing, but still felt this weird anger bubbling up. The girl felt this strange haze come over her, like he had no right to refuse her request. Meanwhile, Kang Seo was helping his colleague at the funeral. The guy thanked him for coming to help him out. He definitely wasn't expecting so many people to show up for the funeral. His grandma raised him all by herself, and he thought she didn't have anyone left. He regretted not taking care of her more while she was still around. Kang Seo patted him on the shoulder and tried to offer some support. The guy decided to ask if he'd spoken to Haru a few minutes ago. He noticed their weird reaction and wanted to know if everything was cool. The second he brought it up, the dude's face just dropped. He couldn't take it anymore and spilled the whole story to his old buddy. He was floored that Kang Seo would actually pull something like that. The guy wanted to know exactly what Seo planned to do about it. Seo looked away, lost in thought, remembering what went down that night. He pretended to be asleep with every ounce of strength he had, feeling her hands on his throat. He was scared stiff, but he still tried not to give himself away. He explained that they were still together, and he was terrified of losing her. Looks like his friend's reaction was just making him even more pissed. He could barely believe he was actually in love with Hera. Suddenly, the guy remembered that freshman girl. She acted like just a friend, but she was totally chasing after Kang Seo. He remembered how they all hung out with their classmates 8 years ago. That night, everyone was surprised and talking about Seo's time in the service. Even though it's been ages, they still thought the guy was awesome. At one point, the whole group just went quiet. They decided to get some air and head outside for a smoke. Kang Seo patted Hera on the shoulder and said he'd go out with the guys too. Unlike him, his buddy wasn't into nicotine and stayed put. They sat in silence for a while, unsure of what to say to each other. The girl turned to Haru and asked how she felt about smoking. She said she'd made her boyfriend quit the habit. On top of that, she implied Seo must be really good in bed if she overlooked his addiction. The guy was stunned that their classmate would go there. Song-in kept digging, trying to get the dirt on their private lives. She was meeting Haru for the first time in years, but already calling her a friend. Haru slammed her hand on the table and said she waited for him to come back because she wanted to. She asked if that's all she thought a person was good for. Looks like Haru just put that nosy girl in her place. She jumped up and said her words were total BS. The guy tried to stop her, but she made it clear she was leaving. He found it hilarious that she was walking out after getting turned down. The smile vanished from his face when he glanced over at Haru. You could tell she was trying her best to keep it together. He looked closer and saw that her hands were shaking. Kang Seo was surprised that someone as shy as her would go this far. That's why his buddy thought Haru was way more into him. For the first time, Kang Seo thought about how much she did for him. Even though she grumbled and got mad, she always met him halfway. His friend mentioned she's cut off contact with her family, just like him. He warned me not to assume she's okay just because she's putting on a brave face. Kang Seo realized again they just don't know how to act around each other. Later on, he got home and found her passed out. He tried to undress quietly, but she still woke up. She confessed she couldn't even fall asleep after drinking. Kang Seo touched her flushed face and felt the heat. He called her cute and kissed her, then decided to hit the shower. After that, he quietly closed the door, leaving her alone. She froze in the middle of the bed, staring at his personal phone. After a while, Kang Seo came back to the room and saw she was still awake. He barely got to the bed before she pinned him against the wall and slammed her hand next to his head. The screen even cracked from how hard she hit it. She demanded to know why he deleted the chat with Sung-hee. In that moment, he knew her fragile trust had shattered again. Confused, he asked what she was doing and felt that fear creeping back. He explained that he only talks to her through the company messenger. She figured he knew about these phone checks. The girl thought he might be deleting all the conversations that would cause problems. He said he let her do it so she could have some peace of mind. He saw her throwing up in the middle of the night and knew it was messing with her head. He admitted he'd never really had a heart-to-heart with her before. Haru asked why he didn't have any texts with Jong-hyun if he was at the funeral. The girl refused to believe his story, even though it was the truth. She stared right through him with this crazy look and said he was good at lying. Kang Seo knew she was trying to get a rise out of him and tried to keep his cool. He told her to call Jong-hyun and ask him herself, and offered to show her all his messages. Even so, Haru was getting more and more consumed by all those feelings. She said his rehearsed answers pissed her off, like he knew what she was going to say. The girl yelled, accusing him of not hurting as much as she was. She chucked her phone and said he screwed up, but she's the one feeling guilty. Haru thought it was messed up that she felt guilty for starting to hate him. She punched him in the chest and asked who she was supposed to blame after all this. Kang Seo grabbed her hands and told her to just chill out for a second. She slumped and said it all hurt way worse than he could imagine. She was about to lose it, thinking about him being with someone else. Haru asked him to be straight with her. Did he even feel bad about what happened? She was sure he just didn't want to be the bad guy in this whole thing. The guy blew up and told her to just spit it out. What did she even want? The girl broke down crying and said she didn't even know anymore. She jerked away so hard she scratched his cheek. Haru said, completely freaked out, that she wished he was gone. The next morning, she barely managed to wake up after that mess. She hadn't even opened her eyes properly, but she already felt totally drained. Haru wanted to ask him the time, but saw he wasn't there. Guessed she'd managed to forget overnight what she'd done. The next second, she remembered the whole awful thing that went down. These sudden outbursts of anger were really starting to scare her. She jumped out of bed, not believing she'd lost it like that. Haru tried calling Seo, but he wasn't picking up. She nervously bit her finger, hoping the phone was okay. The look on his face explained why she'd always let him get away with everything. Now she knew she shouldn't have held back all this time. With every passing second, her inner anxiety just kept building. She had to keep it together no matter what. but she snapped at him anyway. Meanwhile, Kang Seo was already catching flack from his boss. He was convinced Seo wasn't pulling his weight because sales were down. Park smirked, trying to make him feel like he wasn't good enough. He tapped a paper against his chest, saying the company was bleeding money. He left, saying the team's poor performance would be on Seo's head. Kang Seo just stood there, feeling this huge void growing inside him. Seung-hee saw he was getting railroaded, but she was powerless to do anything. This goddamn workday finally dragged itself to a close. Seo's co-workers tried to have his back, because they knew he was innocent. The dude said he wasn't quitting, and then they all split. Kang Seo wandered around the city, lost in his own head. He was getting close to the subway station, but then he just stopped. Dude suddenly remembered he needed to catch the bus. He squeezed his eyes shut, feeling the anxiety just keep building. He thought he could handle it all, but he was just getting more and more drained every day. He was so beat, nothing around him even mattered anymore. The dude was totally lost in his own head until he heard a voice he knew. Hera was standing right in front of him, giving him this worried look. Now he was wondering if there was even any point in trying. She was about to apologize for last night, but he cut her off right there. He couldn't help but think back to that conversation with his buddy about his grandma. He asked if he knew why she took him in after his folks split up. She believed that a person without support turns into a real monster. Now he realized he really did feel like a piece of garbage with no purpose. He used to hope they wouldn't split, but now he just wished they'd, just be gone. That's exactly why he understood Haru after she cheated. He was dead set on not even trying to fix things. That night, his buddy told him to let her go before he screwed everything up. Out of nowhere, he dropped the bomb that they needed a break. She recoiled and asked if it had anything to do with what happened yesterday. She squeezed his hand, trying to apologize for what she said. She admitted she just snapped and started talking crazy. Haru broke down, saying she should have just talked to him from the start. She realized she hadn't even considered how tough it was on him. After a beat, he said she could have her doubts about him, for all he cared. He pulled his hand away, saying he couldn't stand hurting her anymore. No matter how hard he tried, it felt like this problem was unsolvable. That's when Haru realized she was staring her fear right in the face. She felt it in her gut. He knew what she'd done that night. Scared, she blurted out that she wasn't herself because of the nightmare. She was ready to beg him to forgive her and forget everything she'd said. Haru sobbed, repeating that she could change. She really could. She reminded him of his promise to always be there for her. She couldn't understand how he could say such awful things. She looked him in the eyes, practically begging him not to leave her. Kang Seo felt something inside him, deep down, starting to crack. He admitted he was wrong to think things would just magically fix themselves. The guy asked her to give him some time to figure things out. He hoped she could find a less painful way to deal with it, too. The girl started crying even harder, but she still nodded in response. No matter how stubborn she was, what was broken just wasn't going to be fixed. 2 weeks later, things started to get a little different. Chief Park was on his case every single day, nitpicking over the dumbest stuff. He was pushing Seo to do the impossible, demanding he pull off some crazy stunt. Park smirked, suggesting he go and become the face of the company. He added that he still gets along with chicks just fine. You could tell by the way he talked how biased and how much he hated the guy. Park insisted he get the job done this month instead of next. With every new thing he said, Seung-hee's inner tension ratcheted up. All the employees were shocked at how ridiculous his orders were. They thought he'd chill out, but his demands just kept getting crazier. He looked like someone stole his girl and he was pissed. The senior employee noticed that Seo even added to the meeting materials. They were blown away by all the extra work he had to do. Kang Seo was so tired, he didn't even want to talk about that little creep. He told them to head out first and decided to hang back for a bit. That's when it hit him. He'd been thinking Hera couldn't make it on her own, and that was the very thing holding him back. He decided they needed to become independent of each other. The dude knew their biggest fear was breaking up. Even with her tears, he knew how crucial it was to not stand in the way of this. He still didn't have a clear answer and wondered if he was screwing things up. Bottom line, he felt like he was seriously missing her. He didn't realize right away that Seung-hee was standing right there. She confessed there was something she wanted to tell him. The second she said it wasn't about work, he shut her down. He reminded her he wasn't interested in getting personal with her. She tried to get through to him, but he just wouldn't budge. She snapped and asked if she was that repulsive to him. You could have knocked her over with a feather when he confessed he was mad at himself. He added that seeing her just brought back that day, every time. Even though he was hammered, he admitted it was all on him. He finally apologized for losing it like that and laying it all out there. Sunhee told him to slow down and asked why he was so angry. She was floored when he reminded her that they, crossed a line, and he cheated on his girl. He couldn't believe his ears when she said nothing had happened between them. It sounded so crazy, it threw him for a loop. She asked, shocked, if that's what he'd been thinking all this time. She covered her face, mortified, and realized he remembered nothing. That day, she'd been trying to wrangle their coworkers into cabs after a bender. She barely managed to drag their manager to the car. Sunhee told the driver the address and asked him to take him there. After that, she slammed the door shut and watched the car drive off. She felt totally drained from having to babysit them all. She turned around and realized there was still one more wasted coworker left. The girl suddenly flashed back to that question she asked at the office party. She had no clue how they were supposed to talk after she laid her feelings bare. Looking back, she figured she should have just kept her mouth shut. Talking to him felt weird, so she just stood there, saying nothing for a while. She walked up to him and told him she'd called a cab for him. She tried to get his address, but even he couldn't remember it. Then, out of nowhere, he just said he had to get home and bailed. Sunhee knew he was hammered, and that wasn't going to end well. She was scared he'd pass out on the way home, and something bad would happen. She grabbed his arm and said, "Dude, you don't even know where you are right now." Sunhee told him he shouldn't go there, but he just kept refusing. He even tried to shove her away so he could make a run for it. You can imagine her surprise when she saw him faceplant on the ground. Kang Seo landed right in a pile of trash covered in snow. She thought he was hurt, but he just started laughing like a maniac. He cheerfully asked how he got there, like he'd totally spaced out. That's when Sunhee just stared and cursed the fact that he was so damn good-looking. She told him to get up and said the taxi would be there soon. Eventually, she actually managed to get the darn car to show up. But to her dismay, the driver refused to take them because they reeked like garbage. The girl saw that he'd ripped open the trash bag. She was willing to pay more, but the driver wouldn't budge. He told her she needed to get her boyfriend cleaned up if she wanted a ride. Sunhee felt helpless as the snow just kept coming down harder. In the end, she had to get him to the hotel herself. She managed to get him sitting on the floor, and she could feel her whole body shaking. The driver was right, because she couldn't flag down a single cab. She tried to grab his phone to call Haeru, but he wouldn't let go. Sunhee blushed, realizing she was going to have to change his clothes. She said his clothes needed to be washed, but he was already out cold. Because of all this, she was totally lost on what to do with this drunk dude. She didn't know if she should leave him in the freezing bathroom or put him to bed. In the end, she decided to take off his stinky clothes. She apologized to the passed-out guy and tugged off his shirt. After a while, she finally managed to get him undressed. The next moment, her tired eyes were locked on his ripped body. She felt like she was about to burst into flames at how perfect it was. Seung-hee immediately remembered that he'd been with his girlfriend for 10 years. She gritted her teeth and told herself to not even go there. The girl steeled herself and started washing his shirt. After a while, she managed to get it looking brand new. Now she just needed to dry that shirt ASAP. She glanced at the frozen dude and figured she should get him into bed. Sunhee covered herself and told him he was holding the blanket. She figured he was cold and decided to tuck him in. The second she reached out, he grabbed her hand, no hesitation. Sunhee didn't even have time to react before she went tumbling down. Kang Seo pulled her onto his lap and put his hand on her waist. The girl instantly blushed at how close they were. She jumped when he squeezed her hand and called her Haeru. The thrill kinda died when he suggested getting hitched next year. He just smiled all calm and said he really loved her. He went to kiss her, moving in close, totally clueless it was Sunhee. She knew things would go south fast if she kept sitting there. Part of her felt drawn in, but she had to stick to her guns. Sunhee realized she needed to shove him away, ASAP. That thought was screaming in her head, but the urge was getting stronger. Then, out of nowhere, the guy just froze, like a statue. The girl jumped back, startled when she saw he was actually aware. He frowned and said, clear as day, that she wasn't Haeru. Seung-hee scrambled onto the bed, apologizing like crazy. The guy barely managed to cover himself with the blanket, saying she scared him half to death. Then, like nothing happened, he just rolled over and passed out. Sung-hee was numb, just trying to process how fast everything went down. Eventually, she grabbed another blanket and covered him up with it. She wiped the sweat off her forehead, exhausted, realizing it was finally over. After that night, she felt this crushing weight all over. She thought about his clothes, all crumpled on the floor. She turned on the heater, hoping they'd be dry by morning. Her clothes were still a little damp, but she didn't have any other choice. She checked her phone and saw a ton of missed calls from her family. Sun-hee braced herself for the lecture she was about to get back home. She knew she had to leave before she got even more exhausted. There was no way she could let herself fall asleep next to him. She sat down next to him for a minute, just staring at his eyelashes. Sun-hee couldn't believe anyone could actually be this perfect. She couldn't help but think about how beautiful Hae-ru was too. In her mind, she called her a tall, cat-eyed knockout. She was jealous of how mature she seemed back then. Even wasted, Seo was only thinking about his girl. Sunny just wanted to be loved by a guy as good as him. Eventually, she gave in to the temptation and drifted off to sleep. You can imagine her surprise when she woke up the next morning. She couldn't figure out why the room was so bright. Sun-hee jumped out of bed and realized she had fallen asleep. She hoped her second-in-command was still asleep so she could explain everything. Unfortunately for her, she saw that his side of the bed was empty. The whole time, she'd been hoping he'd remember what they talked about. Now she understood why he took everything the wrong way. Kang Seo was so shocked by what he heard, he practically collapsed. He thanked his lucky stars he hadn't cheated on Hae-ru. She told him he should have just asked to avoid all this mess. He went red with shame and apologized for everything that happened. The girl said it was okay, and then he decided to head out. Before leaving, he remembered she wanted to tell him something. Just thinking about it made Sung-hee start to tremble. She realized it wasn't the right time to let him in on this. Kang Seo was thrown off by her sudden change and decided to leave. On the way home, he kept trying to get a hold of Hae-ru. He dialed her number over and over, but just got the dial tone. As soon as he got a reply, he said he had something important to tell her. She said she had something she needed to tell him too. They ended up agreeing to meet at a cafe. He had a bad feeling about it, but he still decided to meet and talk. Like they planned, they met up at 8 p.m. The cafe's bright space suggested a cozy vibe. She said it had only been 2 weeks, which wasn't really that long. Kang Seo thought to himself that things weren't as bad as he'd feared. He knew his proposal might sound weird, but he couldn't keep it to himself. At that moment, he had no clue what she was about to say. The girl just flat out said she slept with Moon Jae-yoon. After Seo started ignoring her calls, he showed up at her place every night. At first, it was always after 3 in the morning. Eventually, he started showing up a little earlier, then a little later. He slowly started noticing the lights were going out earlier and earlier. He felt good, figured she was finally taking care of herself. The dude thought she'd be ready for his feelings any day now. All his dreams went up in smoke when he heard what she did. He couldn't believe it. It totally shut him down. He thought he must have misheard her over the music or something. Something inside him shattered when she said it again. She repeated exactly what she did with his classmate. Hearing that she slept with him again just made him snap. With each repetition, he could feel the rage coursing through his veins. He accidentally knocked over his coffee, spilling it all over the table. The hot coffee burned his finger, but he didn't even flinch. Hae-ru said the answer wouldn't change, no matter how many times he asked. Seo thought she was lying because she hated his guts. He said he didn't come here to keep fighting about it. The guy asked if they could ever get back together, but she just went silent. He practically yelled, asking her why she did it. The girl just coldly replied that she did exactly what he told her to do. She reminded him how he told her to find a way to make it not hurt so much. He was shaking with rage, saying she did it knowing exactly how he'd react. Hae-ru answered that he'd understand soon enough why she did what she did. He was floored that she thought he was faking the pain. Now he realized just how ticked off she was to go that far with her words. He forced a smile as tears streamed down his face, saying he could feel pain too. After that, he figured out that was everything she wanted to say. He smirked, all sly, feeling the tears roll down his face. He took her answer and suggested they talk another time. Seo booked it out of there, knowing she wasn't going to listen to him anyway. The dude turned his back and calmly told her he was leaving. As a last shot, he offered to have a real conversation when they met again. After a while, Hae-ru finally managed to get out of the cafe. She felt completely drained after what she'd done. The girl tried to shake it off and started heading home. She took a couple steps forward and stopped, feeling the weight of it all. Her legs buckled so suddenly, she almost went down. She felt so emotionally wrecked that she just started laughing. I don't get how he could be so stubborn about denying what's right in front of him. Whether he was faking it or not didn't even matter, because my mind was made up. That's when it hit me. I'd gone way too far. I've been all over the place emotionally ever since we decided to take a break. It stung, seeing that empty space in my bed. Seeing him made me regret everything I'd done and said. Haru racked her brain a million times, trying to figure out how to fix things. She couldn't see a way out, so she decided to just let it ride. My cold, calculating side told me there was only one way this could end. I knew breaking up was the only answer. Haru knew her rage would always choke her heart and haunt her. Even so, she realized she'd acted terribly herself. All she had left were regrets, and there wasn't a damn thing she could do about it. As time went on, it felt like the problem was just getting worse and worse. She pictured Kang Seo with her again, the one she despised. The girl blankly stared at the green light, like she was snapping back to reality. She figured it had just turned green and took a step forward. No sooner did she step onto the road than the light flipped to red. Only at the last second did she realize she'd walked right into traffic. Before Haru could even react, someone yanked her back by the waist. The next thing she knew, the vehicle was just speeding right past her. Her eyes snapped wide open in shock, and she felt someone grab her. At first, she thought Seo had saved her. But that wasn't the case. Moon Jae-hyun caught his breath, surprised, and asked if she was okay. He told her she needed to be more careful. She could have been a goner. The girl thanked him for saving her and said she was lost in thought. Jae-hyun checked the time and noticed she'd left early. He said she didn't look so good and that he should walk her home. The guy explained that he parked his car in the same lot as her. He admitted he parked there specifically to avoid running into coworkers. Moon Jae-hyun said he didn't say hi because he didn't want to bother her. Haru didn't even know why she suddenly started crying. The second he saw her tears, he totally freaked out. She wiped her eyes and told him not to worry about it. She was even wondering herself why she burst into tears. The guy just went silent, thinking something over. He asked if she had a sec to help him out with something. Next thing you know, they ended up at a little outdoor cafe nearby. He mentioned he had a gift card for 2 coffees he wanted to use. Moon Jae-hyun let slip that he's been working late a lot lately. He smirked and asked if she didn't think bankers knocked off early. After a couple of lines, he cut to the chase and asked why she was crying. He could tell she wasn't physically sick, but something was eating her up inside. The girl gave him the cold shoulder, saying she didn't owe him any explanations about her private life. She figured she looked pathetic because she was bawling her eyes out. Moon Jae-hyun just gave her a kind, understanding smile in return. Just from the look on his face, she could tell he felt awkward. She apologized for snapping at him for no good reason. Out of the blue, he suggested she open up a little about what's going on. Jae-hyun asked if she remembered him mentioning he'd called off his engagement. That night, he chose to lie because he'd just been dumped, plain and simple. He smirked and said he was in a much worse spot back then. He kept up the charade like everything was cool, until her folks set her up with some other dude. Jae-hyun thought his world would end without her, but life just kept on rolling. Haru couldn't believe he could talk about something like that so casually. Moon Jae-hyun asked if she wanted to tell Kang Seo about it. She replied that she probably wouldn't find the right time to open up. Jae-hyun said she didn't have to explain anything. He just wanted to be there for her. He hoped that thinking about the strong Haru she'd become would give her strength now. After that talk, the girl decided to head back to the car. She kept replaying Moon Jae-hyun's words in her head for the longest time. The girl couldn't figure out why she felt even more anxious than before. She didn't know if he was playing the long game, waiting for her to get tired and let him go. At this point, she didn't even know what the deal was with him not calling. Haru thought he should be clinging to her, begging her to stay. He could never really stand her, but he'd always desperately try to hold on. His attempts to keep things together always gave her hope and something to look forward to. All those thoughts clashed with the fact that he ultimately just decided to walk away. She felt a surge of anger and instantly grabbed her phone. The girl tried calling the guy again, but he wouldn't pick up. He straight up refused to answer his phone, said it was ruining the vibe, claimed they both needed some alone time right now to figure things out. Haru chucked her phone onto the seat, totally pissed. She couldn't believe he'd say that, without even considering how she felt. She needed to know what he really felt, but couldn't trust a damn thing he said. Haru felt like she was about to lose it at this rate. The thought kept creeping in that even this break could be a load of bull. Thinking about it, she felt like she could seriously do him in. Bottom line, she decided she had to see for herself what was going on. She tracked down Seung-hee to ask her one burning question. She reached out to touch her shoulder, since she wasn't responding. Sun-hee freaked out and jumped back from Haru. Haru apologized for startling her and asked if she remembered her. She couldn't talk to her at the office, so she decided to follow her. She wanted to clear the air and asked her to answer honestly. She paused for a beat and asked if she was currently seeing Seo. Haru held her breath and said she wanted to hear it straight from her. She asked again what her relationship with Seo was right now. The girl got even more nervous when she saw she was silent. She gathered her thoughts and said that they were, in fact, together. Hearing those words, Hera felt like the ground was giving way beneath her. She kept saying it was true, like she was trying to hammer it into her head. Hera cut her off mid-sentence and yanked her close by the jacket, just like that. She caught that familiar scent and decided to confirm what she suspected. The girl couldn't help but flash back to that night when Seo came home late. A wave of dread washed over her as she realized it was the same smell as back then. Hera couldn't even remember how she managed to get to the car. She chewed on her fingernail like a maniac, trying to get through to Seo. Over and over, she just kept getting his voicemail. With every passing second, her panic just kept ratcheting up. She finally lost it, screamed, and chucked her phone out the window. She couldn't keep it together and just started wailing in pain. The girl was laying on the horn, not even caring how annoying it sounded. That night, she totally snapped and could only rage. She stayed in the car for a long time, sobbing and screaming from anger and pain. At some point, the storm passed, and she just felt empty. After that, she pulled herself together and somehow made it back home. She immediately jumped into a cold shower to wash all that filth off. Haru thought of Seung-hee as a flower you just couldn't walk past. But even if you went back, you could never see him again. She really thought Kang Seo would just walk right on by. Haru kept saying she knew this whole thing was gonna go down. She broke down crying, saying she knew it would end like this. The girl felt it in her gut, but kept telling herself it wouldn't happen. She just stood there under the freezing water, totally lost on what to do next. She'd heard before that anger is like holding a burning ember. That's why sometimes you just want to dump it on someone else. That night, she felt like she had a hot coal burning in her hand. Moon Jae-yoon was walking by and saw Haru looking totally wrecked. He couldn't figure out what she was doing near the office, or why her hair was soaked. The guy noticed she was shaking and remembered it wasn't raining. He went silent after she dropped the bomb about Kang Seo cheating. She immediately shut him down, saying his words wouldn't fix anything. She added that no matter how much time passed, she wasn't getting any better. Haru said she had to do something about this awful feeling. She finally looked up and asked him to sleep with her, just once. She felt like she needed to do something totally wild. Haru explained that one meaningless night would be enough for her. He asked why, out of everyone, she'd chosen him. She admitted she just thought of him and figured he'd go for it. She was straight up with him, saying nobody else even crossed her mind. The dude gripped his bag and said he was seriously into her. He added that he really thought she was gorgeous and had been thinking about her. He hadn't stopped thinking about her since the first time they met. Jaehyun was stoked when he found out they worked in the same building. He really wanted to pull her into his arms, but he couldn't do that. The guy left, promising he'd pretend this never happened. She quietly accepted the rejection and headed to the nearest store. Without even a second thought, she reached for a bottle of booze. Haru paid for the bottle without hesitation, just trying to drown out that awful feeling. She went outside and sat down at a table right next to the store. The girl stared thoughtfully at the bottle, feeling a shiver run through her. In one swift move, she twisted the cap off the bottle. Hera downed the entire contents of the alcoholic drink in one go. It wasn't even a minute before she'd completely emptied the bottle. Afterwards, she coughed, which caught the attention of passers-by. One of the guys saw the look on the other's face and immediately understood. The girl wearily grabbed her throat, which was burning from the cold. The guy suddenly grabbed her hand and asked why she was drinking alone. He smirked and asked if she'd just broken up with her boyfriend. His buddy told him to stop, to leave her alone, but he wouldn't listen. He saw how wasted she was and knew he could probably get away with it. The dude reached out his hand, suggesting they go somewhere more private. Before he could seal the deal, someone yanked his hand away. Moon Jae-yoon saw what he was up to and threatened to call the cops on him. After that, they bolted right away, realizing their little scheme had blown up in their faces. Moon Jae-yoon asked if she was doing this because she wanted to check out early. He figured she was looking for attention, but she went with the first option. She said her life had always been like this, except for the last 10 years. Haeru asked if he couldn't grant the wish of someone who wanted to die. So Moon Jae-yoon wrapped his scarf around her and caved. He casually suggested they just, spend one little night together. Haeru grinned and asked him what made him change his mind. He just said he didn't want her messing around with just anyone. She asked if he wanted her to be only his. He agreed, but said it wasn't exactly some epic, passionate romance. She said with her baggage, she wasn't worthy of his affection. Out of nowhere, Jae-yoon blurted out he'd try to get over her. After that, there was this heavy silence hanging in the air. Finally, he said it was getting cold and suggested they head out. Back then, she had no idea how much she'd regret it. Only after this conversation did she realize the mistake she'd made. The look on his face was the last thing she expected. Even so, she was glad he felt the same sting. Haeru cut herself off from seeing any point in regrets. Meanwhile, Kang Seo headed to a bar to lick his wounds. He downed more than a few drinks because of her harshness. He couldn't wrap his head around how she could say something so hurtful. Seo wanted to stop drinking, but her low blow just knocked him for a loop. Despite everything, he knew deep down she was probably being straight with him. Right after that, he decided to call Moon Jae-hyun. The guy stepped out of the shower, lost in thought, and realized someone was calling him. He heard Kang Seo's voice and went silent, like he was waiting for something big. That reaction immediately told him that he had actually slept with Haeru. Jae-hyun tried to play dumb, but it was no use. Kang Seo was laying out all his disappointment to the guy he thought was his friend. He didn't get why he'd agreed to it, especially since Haeru didn't have feelings for him. She even said she was doing it to get back at Seo. Moon Jae-hyun knew himself that nothing would come of it after that one time. After a long pause, Moon Jae-hyun finally decided to answer the guy. He wanted me to think about why Haru found comfort in him, of all people. He also said that Seo's been hiding out, saying he needs to be alone. Jae-hyun ripped into him for being so irresponsible and hung up. Kang Seo tossed his phone down, totally burned out, and said he was done with it all. The next morning, he dragged himself back to the office. His co-workers noticed he was getting gloomier and gloomier every day. They figured it was the boss, but it was something else entirely. Eventually, they decided to just leave him be and bring him some coffee. Then, a message from Sung-hwae popped up and grabbed his attention. She wanted to meet up during lunch to talk about something. He was gonna bail, but she said it involved his girl. So, he ended up showing up at the coffee shop nearby. He couldn't figure out why she called him there and just sat in silence. The girl mumbled something, but his anger just kept building. She was putting pressure on Sungi, saying he already had enough on his plate. The guy shut up after she admitted she lied to Haeru. She took a deep breath and decided to explain exactly what went down. About 2 months ago, some woman reached out to her. She wanted to talk about their boss's questionable behavior with the female staff. From the way they treated the girls, it was clear it was the same scumbag. Sunhee wanted to spill about this whole nightmare because she knew she didn't have the juice to handle it alone. The woman was skeptical, thinking they could just weasel their way out of it. They both knew they could probably just get away with a written statement. She suggested gathering all the evidence and filing a formal complaint. After that talk, Sunhee felt totally crushed. She just couldn't wrap her head around why this whole damn thing was happening to her. Sunhee couldn't even tell her family, because they'd just tell her to quit. She was the baby sister in a family with 3 older brothers. She loved her family, but sometimes felt like she was trapped by them. She was desperate to be independent, no matter what. And that's why she took the job. That was the day she first saw the guy who offered her a light. He saw she was crying and wanted to know if she was okay. She didn't want anyone to see her like that, but she saw hope in him. Back then, she didn't know about his girlfriend and talked it over with her friend. Her friend was supportive, saying they should definitely get to know each other. Her friend even suggested moving together to a country with hot guys. She was casually complaining about her mom's control when she saw a shadow. The second she saw it, she froze and felt a wave of fear wash over her. Sunhee went silent. trying to make out the empty intersection. At that point, she wasn't sure she had someone watching her every move. That was the day she realized someone was stalking her. No matter how many times she blocked him, he always found a way to get in touch. Her boss told her to ignore him, but he just wouldn't quit. Everything changed the day the new boss showed up. One look he gave her, and she just knew. Seung-hee didn't have solid proof, but she felt it in her gut. Luckily for her, he couldn't pull anything inside the company because of the others. Even so, he was always picking on Kang-seo for some reason. He didn't hold back with the insults, constantly putting him down. On top of that, he kept saying awful things about him to Seung-hee. She saw him bullying Kang-seo and felt incredibly guilty about it. One day, she went to her brother's gym to lend him a hand. He tried to refuse, but she insisted on helping out anyway. The guy just asked her to put the dumbbells she was holding back on the rack. She hugged the dumbbells to her chest, and then she heard a beep. Seung-hee freed a hand and tried to grab her phone to take a look. The second she read the message, the dumbbells slipped right out of her hands. The girl immediately hid her phone and said she was fine. That creep kept harassing her, doing some really gross stuff with the coffee cup she was using. She immediately packed up for work just to get rid of the cup. The girl decided to grab her stuff, telling herself the cleaning lady must have taken the glass. She froze when she saw her thermos was gone from the desk. Seung-hee checked out other workstations, trying to find it. She figured she'd take advantage of the boss being out for now. The girl immediately wondered if he might have taken it home. She tried to shake off the thought that he'd stoop that low. She was scared, but tried to stay positive and hope for the best. The girl felt a jolt of fear when she heard the door click. She was seriously afraid it might be the boss himself. Seung-hee tried to calm down and act cool, but her body was shaking. Lucky for her, it wasn't the boss, but Kang-seo. Clutching her stuff, she was relieved and exhausted that it was him. She explained she was there to pick up her belongings. After that incident, her days just started blurring together. Boss Park kept going out of his way to mess with Kang-seo. Soon enough, the day came when she was heading home. These awful messages just kept blowing up her phone. She was scared stiff when she felt someone grab her arm. The girl thought it might be that creep and jumped back. Instead, she saw Deputy Seo's girl standing in front of her. The second she heard that question, she saw a shadow. She didn't know the answer, but the fact they were being watched was egging her on. Seung-hee figured he'd chill out after this, so she said they were together. That's why she stretched the truth about her and Kang-seo. After that, Haru caught a whiff of something on her clothes and just walked off. Didn't say a word. Sunny tried to explain that wasn't what she meant, but nobody was listening. She saw Director Park practically shaking with hurt and fear. The moment she saw that look of disgust on his face, she flinched. Every second that passed, her fear and inner tension just kept building. She steeled herself and bolted from the boss. She was booking it, trying to get home as fast as possible. Sunhee was kicking herself for lying about everything and wanted to text Seo. The second she unlocked her phone, she saw messages saying it wasn't true. After that, he started blowing up her phone with a million texts. There were so many, she couldn't think about anything else. The next day, Park was even harder on Kang-seo. She wanted to tell him the truth, but found out he had everything twisted. Just as she was about to clear things up, she decided to stay quiet. She knew she should have told him what happened, but she just couldn't. Feeling the heat, she brushed it off, saying it wasn't a big deal. She couldn't figure out why the boss was coming after her at work now, too. Sunhee thought he'd give up, but his harassment just got worse. She was about to email the VP, but suddenly, someone grabbed her arm. He demanded she explain what she'd been yapping about with Kang-seo. Now he wasn't even hiding it, straight up talking about his messed up feelings. He went on about how he even saw her sneaking into a hotel with him. Park was yelling, demanding to know how she could do this to him. The dude was asking if that's what they were all about. He kept saying he only ever had eyes for her, and she went and did this crap. The girl couldn't take the pressure anymore and collapsed to the ground, screaming. She screamed so loud, even some dude walking by heard her. He spotted the creep right away and demanded to know what he was doing and who he was. Turns out, it was Seung-hee's brother, and he immediately told him to freeze. In the end, that little runt actually managed to get away from the guy. He tried to find out what happened, but the girl just ran to him. She started bawling, begging him to help her deal with this nightmare. Eventually, Seung-hee spilled the whole story to her family. She apologized to Kang-seo for not explaining things earlier. The guy just gave her this tired look and asked what he was supposed to do now. Looks like she definitely wasn't expecting him to react so coldly. Seung-hee tried to apologize, but it just made him laugh. He said he knew Hae-ru wasn't the kind of guy who'd do something like that. Now he realized that whole mess was because of that conversation with Seung-hee. The girl clenched her fists and said she wanted to apologize to him. She was also ready to explain things to his girl, clear the air about the whole situation. Kang Seo said he envied her if she thought it was just a misunderstanding. The girl felt hurt and said it was tough on her too. He asked if she really wanted him to just forgive her for everything that happened. It seemed to him that her apology was just a way to excuse what was broken. He said he didn't want to tear her down, but he was holding back from blowing up. Seo said she should have just kept her mouth shut instead of trying to play the good guy. He heard her out and said she ended up accomplishing absolutely nothing. The guy added that she should have talked to her family to sort this whole thing out. He was blown away that she had the guts to put up with the harassment. She broke down crying after he called her a fake. It seemed like he thought she was to blame for the stalking. He said the only thing she was guilty of was the damage she caused with her choices. The guy stood up and added that there's gotta be a limit to how clueless she can be. He gave her this withering look and told her to stop acting like she's all grown up. CEO spat out that she's just a kid who can't handle things on her own. After that, he just walked off, telling her to get lost for good. She felt totally crushed, not even noticing she was being watched. She was holding it together by a thread, right on the edge. Sun-hee squeezed her hands silently, feeling the tears streaming down. After her break, she just couldn't bring herself to go back to work, not like normal. Her co-workers were surprised she didn't show up after the break. They thought it was weird that she hadn't come back by evening, even though she was there in the morning. They all clammed up the second they heard Park yelling. He was back to riding Kang Seo for messing up the report. Park was calling him names and demanding to know where he'd been sneaking off to. He was back at it again, complaining about Seo spending company money. He was straight up mocking him, tearing down his employee for no good reason. He was ready to dig up anything, just to find an excuse to go after him. Seo's co-worker snapped and yelled at him, telling him to knock it off. He defended Seo's actions, which honestly weren't even worth criticizing. The guy had put up with this crap for way too long, but he couldn't take it anymore. Park smirked and called them a bunch of low-down schemers, covering for each other. He started pushing Seo's buttons again, demanding he say something, anything. He tapped him on the chest with a folder and asked if the cat got his tongue. Park Seo said he was going for coffee with a girl, but the other guy shoved him back. He started listing all the advantages of Kang Seo, the guy who made their success happen. The man asked why he was always treating Kang like that. Chief Park was so pissed, he didn't even bother cleaning up his language. The manager was fighting tooth and nail to defend his employee's honor. Meanwhile, Kang Seo felt like an empty can, completely hollow. He even stopped understanding if he was really present in that space. The guy was totally lost in his own head, not even sure what he was doing there. Park switched his focus to Seo and started pointing his finger, demanding he speak up. The manager threatened to call HR and file a complaint. Park smirked and said he could get away with anything, even throwing a punch. The manager was floored by that statement, like Park had totally lost it. The next second, Seo snapped and grabbed the little guy by the throat. His move was so forceful, he went down hard, right onto his desk. Looks like Park's body just cleared everything off the desk. You could hear the crash. All the co-workers were in shock, watching this go down in the office. Kang Seo gripped his shirt tight and demanded to know why he was hassling him. He asked what Park would say if he just didn't give a damn about getting fired anymore. Park saw the rage in his eyes and started feeling like he was in real danger. He said he was trying really hard not to completely lose it on him. Kang Seo yelled that he didn't even know how he put up with all this crap. He raised his fist, ready to throw a punch, thinking about what he'd done. He was saying things could have been different if he hadn't started all this crap. The manager rushed in to pull the hot-headed employee away. He turned to the other coworkers, yelling for them to help break it up. Kang Seo didn't want to admit that his buddy Moon Jae-yoon was right. Even so, he knew deep down he was always running away from things. He just hoped their relationship would somehow go back to how it used to be. Seo was hoping the wise Hae-ru wouldn't fall for such a load of bull. But even then, he had no idea how messed up she really was. He should have just hugged her, but he didn't know she was losing it. From now on, he couldn't just sit around hoping her door would magically open. He had to tell her how he felt and find out how she felt in return. Kang Seo was burning up with shame for not doing it sooner. He grabbed Chief Park by the tie, feeling his blood boil. He realized right then and there, he wasn't mad at anyone but himself. Park Yoonjung got so freaked out, snot flew out of his nose. Everyone froze when they heard other people shouting. HR finally showed up to deal with this whole mess. Looks like Seungkwi brought them, 'cause she came back with them. She showed them all the messages her boss had been sending her. Her coworkers were blown away that she put up with him for so long. They scrolled through the chat history until they found something seriously messed up. Turns out, Youngjung was even sending her nudes. The manager wanted to know how she got HR to move so fast. They figured the company would never be able to handle a case like that so quickly. The girl confessed that she went straight to headquarters and got the big boss involved. She threatened to go to the press and promised to dig up all the dirt. Her coworkers were shocked that she had that kind of guts. They all went silent when they heard the office door click shut. They cautiously asked CEO how his talk with HR went. His coworkers told them he'd been getting harassed too. Now they were sure Human Resources would finally do something about it. The manager clapped him on the shoulder, said they'd take care of everything. He wished Seo a good weekend, but the guy looked totally drained. Sunhee watched him, feeling heavy-hearted, seeing how beat he was. She'd done all she could, but still felt this gnawing guilt. Lately, he'd been taking the same route home from work every day. This snowy winter, he started using it even more. The bright streetlights brought back memories. He instantly remembered their first, super awkward kiss. Looking back, he realized he'd ended up in the same damn place again. He was standing right outside the subway exit near her apartment. Kang Seo knew he should turn back, but he just couldn't do it anymore. Bottom line, he decided he couldn't keep running. He stepped out of the elevator and stopped at her door. A door that felt like home. He knocked hesitantly, like he was afraid to announce he was even there. Then he mumbled it was him, like that was some kind of magic password. He understood that her pain got worse when the lights went out. He slowly realized she was spending more and more of her time crying. He'd been twisting that thought around, trying to soothe his own conscience. He said there was never anything between him and Sunhee, that it was all a misunderstanding. He paused awkwardly, like he was gearing up to drop something heavy. With a sad look, Kang Seo confessed he couldn't picture his life without her. After that, he just said he was leaving, that he'd said everything he needed to. He took a couple steps towards the street, but then he heard the door click open. Haru bolted towards him, like she didn't even notice it was snowing. She just threw herself into his arms, those familiar arms she'd never forgotten. Just before that, she'd been sitting alone, feeling like all the fire had gone out. After that, all she felt was this weird emptiness. From then on, there was no one left for her to blame. This feeling wasn't perfect, but it was causing her serious pain. She was suffering from this indescribably awful, soul-crushing feeling. The girl glanced at the snowfall through the window and remembered their kiss. Those memories brought a smile to her face because of how awkward they were. They seemed so funny to her, but even more precious. She didn't get the point of remembering someone who wasn't coming back. The girl heard a knock at the door and figured it was her relatives again. She immediately felt uneasy since she hadn't given out her address to anyone. Haru jumped out of bed when she heard Seo's quiet voice. Then he said she didn't have to open the door if she didn't want to. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. She was totally freaked out that he'd been watching her windows every night. Her heart started pounding when he brought up Seung-yi. I guess she'd been hurting for so long, she couldn't even imagine it was all a big misunderstanding. It hit her like a gut punch when he said how much she mattered. Haru felt like she couldn't think about anything else. She jumped right out of bed, ready to run to him. She threw on a cardigan and bolted down the stairs. She just wanted to tell him how she felt, one last time. Kang Seo was so shocked, he dropped his bag. She said she could never picture herself without him either. She was worried, because he always had a ton of great options. She needed to make sure he wasn't gonna leave. She'd always been scared of that. Haru apologized for acting like such a mess. She cried with a smile, saying she'd screwed everything up. She looked him right in the eye and said he was the only one for her. Those words were so long awaited, even Seo started to cry. He tried to wipe away her tears, telling her it wasn't her fault. He felt terrible that he couldn't do anything to put her mind at ease. And just like that, their 10th winter drew to a close. A couple more months flew by, and bright, warm spring was finally here. So the girl actually decided to seek some professional help. She started going to therapy sessions regularly, trying to get her head right. At first, the therapist was thinking about suggesting medication, but she changed her mind, seeing how quickly Haru was improving. They decided to dig into the moment in her life when she found out about the cheating. The therapist wanted to know why she chose to get revenge with another guy. Haru was having trouble answering that, because she hadn't even thought about it. She said that after what Sungi said, she just felt like she could explode. The therapist wanted to clarify, and then she admitted she meant she wanted to vanish. In that moment, she felt like she shouldn't even be alive. Still, she couldn't bring herself to end it all. That's why she decided to hurt someone else, as well as herself. Back then, she couldn't think of any other way out. Even now, she felt like she was a terrible person, but she didn't want to dwell on it. She was so ashamed of it now, she'd never do anything like that again. The woman replied that there are plenty of things in this world that can bring you joy. Even a gentle breeze and the smell of grass can lift your spirits. Every little thing in this world has the potential to make you happy and brighten your day. Things like the sound of kids laughing, a dog barking, and so much more. That same day, Haru felt inspired and decided to get a new haircut. She sat down in the chair and put herself completely in the stylist's hands. Smiling, she pulled out her phone and saw a text message. She was happy to see messages from her friends, who were thinking of her. After the salon, she decided to finally do something she'd wanted to do for ages. Haru picked up those shoes Seo had given her from the repair shop. The craftsman had given them a little refresh, making them more comfortable to wear. Haru was practically glowing. Heads were turning as she walked by. Over time, she realized she hadn't been noticing all the beauty around her. She walked ahead and spotted Seo in the distance, waiting for her. She felt like she'd finally smartened up and was ready for a fresh start. The second SEO laid eyes on her. His jaw just dropped. She looked even better now, like she was glowing from the inside out. Haru smiled and said it had been a while. She'd planned this date down to the last detail, but they couldn't find their reservation. She showed them the confirmation on her phone, but the hostess just brushed her off. The woman told them to wait while she checked on it. Seo saw how annoyed she was getting and suggested they hang tight. She was seriously pissed that everything was already going sideways. She looked at him and asked if he was doing okay. You should have seen her face when he dropped the bomb that he'd been fired. After all this time of radio silence, that's the first she's heard about that whole mess. Haru tried to cheer him up, thinking he was going through it. Kang Seo just laughed and said he still works there. He was gonna quit, until he found out his boss was being totally inappropriate with the female staff. In the end, they brought back the old good boss. Haru mentioned things were chill on her end, and also brought up the counseling sessions. He was surprised to hear she'd bumped into Sungi recently. Turns out they ran into each other completely by accident, like 2 weeks back. Haru was just heading home from work, like always, when someone stopped her. Sunhee politely apologized and braced herself for the conversation. Haru was surprised and wanted to know how she found out where she worked. Sunhee confessed that she'd overheard it from Kang Seo by accident. She felt a knot in her stomach as she asked the reason for the visit. The girl said that she'd been thinking a lot about everything that happened. There were reasons for her actions, but she caused a lot of hurt. She admitted that it all came down to her being selfish and spineless. The girl knew she realized it too late, and it was all pointless now. She bowed to Haru and apologized for her truly awful behavior. Sunhee knew that their relationship had gone south because of her. She came all this way just to say she's sorry for everything. Haru told her how she felt that night. She wanted to ask Seo about it all, but she didn't know where he was. All this time, she's just been blaming him for everything. Haru agreed that their problems started because of Sunghee. She added that they could have avoided problems even after that whole mess with her. Even so, they didn't know each other well enough. Sunghee apologized to her again because she felt guilty. Haru smiled and said that now she's even more annoying. She wished she'd feel guilty for a long, long time. That's when it hit her. All her attention, all her feelings were locked on him. All that mattered to her were the feelings they shared. Right after that conversation, a waitress finally came over. Haru was the first to get up and suggested they head out. Kang Seo silently followed, still turning her words over in his head. They even got a little something on the house for the wait. The girl politely said they'd be sure to double-check everything next time. Haru thanked them in her head, but she was still pretty ticked off. Even though her dish looked amazing, it didn't really deliver on flavor. She took a look around and realized she'd totally blown it picking this place. Looks like Seo was less bothered by her choice and didn't even bat an eye. It surprised her that her food still looked kinda weird on the plate. Seo smiled and said she made a good choice. Haru felt like it was a total fib, but she couldn't prove it. Before leaving the restaurant, she went to pay, but he wouldn't let her. Kang Seo grinned and said she barely ordered anything anyway. Haru offered to buy them both coffee at this place she knew. They spent 5 minutes looking for the joint, but couldn't find it. After a while, another hour passed, and they still couldn't locate it. Kang Seo suggested looking it up on his phone, but she insisted on doing it herself. She read a post saying it was a 5-minute walk. But Haru missed something and ended up walking like 2.5 miles. She apologized and said they went the wrong way. You should have seen her face when he pointed to this massive staircase. He was second-guessing whether they should even bother climbing it. She tried to play it cool, but she was totally dreading it. Seo suggested another cafe, but she was having none of it. She said she works out hard, so it'd be a piece of cake. Kang Seo was surprised by how stubborn she was, because he could see she was struggling. Eventually, they made it to the top after what felt like a million steps. Kang Seo saw her legs shaking from exhaustion and told her he warned her. The girl thanked him for the help and pulled her hand away. She looked down and said that she was able to make it thanks to him. Like nothing was wrong, she walked up to the door and mentioned the reviews. Haru assured him that he'd definitely find something he liked. Imagine her surprise when she realized the door wouldn't open. They saw a note on the door saying they were having an unexpected day off. Haru was so bummed she couldn't even say a word. In the end, they just ended up going to some random cafe on the way. The girl was really down because all her plans had just fallen apart. Kang Seo smirked and said they should have switched places right away. He told her not to sweat it, since this cafe wasn't so bad either. Haru stared thoughtfully at her drink, piled high with cream and cocoa. She kept her cool, but had no idea how to even drink it. She'd heard it was their signature drink, but didn't expect this. She instantly got her fingers messy and felt totally awkward. Kang Seo forced a smile, realizing she had no clue what she was doing. To top it off, she accidentally got foam all in her hair. They both recoiled when they saw her black hair turn white. After that, Haru went to the restroom to fix her hair. She was stoked she hadn't spilled anything on her clothes and checked herself out in the mirror. The girl was totally horrified to see a cinnamon mustache above her lip. She furiously started wiping the cinnamon off, forgetting all about her makeup. Haru was crushed that everything was going sideways, but she kept her cool. Her feet were killing her, but she kept saying she was fine. After a while, they ended up on a street where there was a festival. They stared in amazement at the huge crowd of people. Haru's feet hurt so bad, she felt like she was about to kick the bucket. Kang Seo saw her strained smile and suggested they take a break. The next second, a massive wave of people surged past them. Haru wanted to stay put, but she could barely stand. All she saw was Seo getting further and further away in the crowd. The girl slumped, realizing it was hopeless, no matter what she did. Right after that thought, she felt someone grab her hand. Haru blankly looked up to see who it was. Kang Seo smiled and said he almost lost her in the crowd. Right after that, he suggested they get out of this crazy place. They ended up somewhere quiet, where he asked if she was all right. The girl awkwardly looked away and said she was fine. She said the pain in her feet was bearable, even though it really sucked. Kang Seo cut right to the chase, asking why she invited him. Haru suspected he'd ask, but she froze up anyway. She worried he might have been feeling guilty about her this whole time. Then she smiled and admitted she just wanted to see him. She added that she was bummed about looking so out of it. She asked him not to worry about her anymore, going forward. Haru smiled, saying she'd be okay and live a good life, even without him. She was about to say goodbye, but he suddenly went dark and hung his head. She froze when he said he wasn't doing okay. That one little sentence made her completely forget about leaving. She stared at him, totally surprised, and asked him to repeat himself. He moved closer, telling her he wasn't okay without her. Kang Seo closed the distance so fast, she didn't even have time to react. And then he just kissed her, like nothing else mattered. At that moment, Haru felt something spark to life inside her. She pulled away and told him to slow things down. Even though she said that, he pulled her close again, like he just had to kiss her. Kang Seo had missed her so damn much, he even started crying. Haru could feel his hands trembling slightly on her skin. She couldn't fight these feelings anymore and reached out her hand. She pulled him closer, deepening their kiss. After a while, they finally broke apart and looked into each other's eyes. Kang Seo pressed his forehead against hers, like he was afraid to lose her. He confessed that he'd been worried sick about her the whole time. He was afraid she'd be left with bad memories, and he was just so glad to be with her tonight. He squeezed her fingers and said he realized he was wrong to have doubted her. This meeting helped him understand that he was mistaken. From the moment they met again, he knew all his fears were for nothing. He smiled and said he just couldn't help but love her. He added that she was way stronger than him and asked her to be with him again. Haru smiled happily, savoring this incredible moment. She'd been preparing to be alone for so long, but now she'd found happiness. They could start all over again, and they even ended up back at her place. Soon, the tenderness of love shifted into a burning passion. Kang Seo had been thinking and waiting for her for so long, he practically pounced on her. They barely kicked off their shoes halfway and dropped her bag. Kang Seo instantly sat her on the table and started kissing her passionately. They looked into each other's eyes, feeling how long they'd both wanted this. He touched her thigh and mentioned how much he'd missed her all this time. The guy shamelessly said he wanted to touch her, kiss her, and just be close to her. He straight up admitted she was so beautiful, he didn't even know what to do with himself. Haru smiled, pretty pleased with that honest reaction. She decided to tease him a little, suggesting they hit the showers. After a while, they were just chilling on the couch, kinda awkward. Kang Seo was so uncomfortable, he blurted out they should watch a movie. He immediately shot that down when she suggested a zombie flick. He insisted they needed something a little more mellow. The girl wasn't a fan of romance movies, thought they were a total snooze fest. Turns out she hated them because they put too much pressure on her. Like they were showing the right way to do love, you know? She just admitted she still doesn't get what love even is. Haru thought he was someone who'd gotten tons of love. Compared to him, she had no family, no real friends. The girl confessed she'd always craved love, but never knew how to take it. Seo took her hand and said that while he was scared, she figured things out. Even though he grew up well, he didn't totally get love either. He didn't think he was this amazing guy, like she said. The guy smiled and said he wanted to learn about it together with her. Haru answered with a happy smile and agreed to that. She instantly went for his lips and suggested they learn together, right now. After that, they felt the passion wash over them again. They'd missed each other so much. They wanted to savor every moment. Kang Seo explored her body with a hunger, like he was rediscovering it. Haru was surprised to find she felt different. It had been so long since she'd felt such intense pleasure and intimacy. She asked him to slow down, just for a breather. But he kept going. The moment he kissed her again, she made a flustered sound. Kang Seo seemed pretty pleased with the reaction he was getting. He leaned back, a smirk on his face, and pointed out her sweet spot. Haru tried to protest, instantly blushing at what he said. He went at her again like a predator who hadn't eaten in days. She was melting from his touch, feeling even the most ordinary places become sensitive. The girl bit her fingers, but he told her to take her hand away. He moved close to her ear, whispering she might hurt herself. Then, he slipped his hand under her shirt, sending shivers down her spine. He gently nipped her shoulder and asked her to say again what she'd said. Seo teased her, saying he wasn't doing anything on purpose. Haru bit his finger as hard as she could and decided to take control. She straddled him and called his behavior unfair. The girl ordered him to sit still and not move a muscle. Kang Seo was totally game and agreed to play along. He looked like he wasn't so sure she could actually pull it off. She decided to prove him wrong and ran her hand down his back. She touched his neck with her tongue and told him she knew him well. Then she slowly trailed her hand down his abs, lower and lower. Kang Seo went red, trying to figure out what she was planning. The guy looked down and saw that she'd gotten the reaction she wanted. After that, he pulled her close and told her she didn't need to go that far. He called her out for being sneaky, saying she was playing dirty. Haru shamelessly leaned into his ear and whispered all the things she was planning to do to him. The guy went red and told her she could do whatever she wanted. He admitted he'd done this 1,000,000 times, but never really known someone like her. Seo locked his lips onto hers, begging her to set him straight. Haru used to think love was this unconditional, unchanging thing. But to live up to that, people were just too weak and fickle. Now she finally understood you can't save someone else. From now on, love felt completely different than it used to. She didn't want to be scared anymore. She just wanted to give in. The girl was done being afraid of her feelings and hiding away. Lost in those thoughts, they held each other close until morning. After their long time apart, Seo was like a man reborn. Haru demanded an explanation for why his stamina kept getting better and better. He stroked her hair and told her to relax and just be herself. He thought they were overthinking things and suggested they just enjoy being together. Haru snuggled against his chest and happily agreed with him. He blushed and told her to ignore his, natural reaction. The guy could tell she was tired, so he suggested they grab some food and then get some sleep. He decided to lighten the mood and brought up that time she had a chocolate mustache at the cafe. Soon their passionate spring turned into a calm, warm summer. Kang Seo went back to work and was already catching up on the latest gossip. The manager said Sungi's planning to quit and go back to school. They also talked about how Chief Park's dating someone way younger than him. Seo mentioned he's been trying to kick the habit all this time. They laughed at how much he's struggling and wished him luck. He knew that change always starts little by little. The guy caught the sunset and decided to head home from work. He stopped when he heard Shungi's calm voice. She asked if he knew she was leaving, like tomorrow. She remembered when he called her a kid, who couldn't handle things on her own. She admitted it stung, 'cause no one's ever said anything like that to her before. She was proud she was working, but still felt kinda weak. He admitted she'd caused him a ton of grief, 'cause she was a screw-up. The girl added that she was genuinely sorry for everything she'd done. Kang Seo confessed he didn't give a damn about the apologies. He was still pissed. Even so, he was willing to let it go and not hold a grudge. The girl gave a grateful smile for his understanding. Meanwhile, Haru decided to meet up with her coworker, Yerin. She was nice enough to offer to grab her a coffee. She mentioned she'd be testing for a promotion soon. She was stoked about it, figured she could finally move into a decent apartment. Yerin mentioned her mom promised to spot her the cash for the down payment. Haru couldn't help but remember calling herself the breadwinner. She realized Yerin's words didn't line up with what she'd said before. Yerin brought up what the boss said about Haru's boyfriend being a total knockout. She innocently asked to see, just a couple of pics of him. Haru suddenly realized she didn't want to show her partner off to her. Even after all this time, she couldn't shake her bad vibes about her. She definitely wasn't expecting Kang Seo to show up to pick her up from work himself. He grinned and said he got off a little early so they could head out together. In the end, Haru had no choice but to introduce them to each other. In that time, what she couldn't see before became crystal clear. It took her a while to realize that Yerim was playing on her weaknesses. She wasn't about to let problems like this slide anymore. Meanwhile, a guy sat deep in thought at an internet cafe. He was glued to his phone, scrolling through his social media feed. The guy saw that an account named Seo had posted a picture from home. He immediately looked up real estate info matching the photo. Haru's brother smirked. Seeing that this lowlife was living in such an expensive place, Haru noticed Yerim's intense stare and decided to put her in her place. She intertwined their fingers and announced that he was her boyfriend. The girl politely introduced them, really emphasizing their connection. After she spoke, Yerin just kind of froze for a second. She thought Kang Seo was even better than her boss had described. The girl introduced herself as Yu Yerin and said she was Haru's co-worker. After that, she left, saying she'd see them on Monday. Kang Seo suggested grabbing dinner before heading home. Yerin was humming a happy tune all the way back. A couple minutes later, Kang Seo randomly picked up a smoothie. He admitted he was craving sweets because he was trying to quit smoking. They decided to talk about his recent trip to see his family. After a short pause, he mentioned that something had gone down. It all happened when he went to visit his folks. The second he walked through the door, his mom greeted him all excited. She proudly showed off this new thing she managed to snag. The woman was totally expecting to be showered with compliments for her mink coat. But instead of a compliment, Kang Seo said something totally boneheaded. After his mom ripped him a new one, his dad came home. She immediately switched her attention to him, wanting to know what he thought. The old man smiled thoughtfully and checked out her new fur coat. He was about to say it made her look like a primate, and he got reamed just like his son did. Seo held out his phone to her, showing her a picture of that fur coat. Haru was blown away that his mom even had social media. He happily watched her face light up when she saw his mother. Out of the blue, SEO suggested she meet his parents. He admitted they'd been wanting to meet her for ages and had invited her to dinner. Haru was so surprised, she actually blushed. Seeing her reaction, he immediately thought it was too soon and started to sweat. He didn't want to pressure her, but she said that wasn't the problem at all. She nervously looked away, thinking they wouldn't like her. She was sure nobody would be thrilled about her family situation. The guy just gave her this knowing look and handed over his smoothie. Then, out of nowhere, he starts squishing her cheeks like she's a little kid. He told her she really didn't need to sweat it. Haru didn't see it that way. She thought it could be a pretty big deal for them. He pulled her into a hug, saying he didn't need their permission. The guy said it was more of a formality, just so he could show her off. Sometimes his blind optimism, born from never facing any real crap, just got on her nerves. But this time, she wanted to trust this carefree idiot again. She was down for it, even if she ended up just being a footnote in his story. Kang Seo got stoked and suggested they set up a time to meet. She was reaching out to hand him his drink and phone, but then she saw a notification. She said some weirdo account had just followed him. He was surprised people were still following him at all. Haru smiled, thinking she'd been stressing out over nothing the whole time. That night, she figured maybe being so carefree wasn't so bad after all. After the weekend, she was back at her regular grind. Right away, her attention was grabbed by some loud female laughter coming from across the way. Turns out, Yerim was just chatting away with everyone like she'd always been there. Haru felt a wave of relief, seeing how well she was fitting in. She was telling a story about going to a cafe and them messing up their order again. She added that it didn't sting so bad, since her dad picked her up at the airport. This story seemed fishy to Haru, so she decided to dig a little deeper. She remembered Yerin saying she didn't have a father during that drunken night. Yerin was acting like she'd forgotten all the BS she'd fed her. Haru decided to drop it after getting her answer. Yerin grinned, totally pleased with herself. It was like she was deliberately bringing up that her dad's alive and kicking. Then she pulled out a bag and said she'd brought them some duty-free makeup. Haru couldn't figure out why she was putting on this whole act. She remembered that night perfectly. Yerin bawling about not having a dad. Haru thought they shared the same pain, but she got played. She froze solid when she saw that weird-ass fan. The girl instantly remembered the intro from that account. She just stood there, staring at that fan on Yerin's desk, lost in thought. And that's when it hit her. The whole picture finally clicked into place. Meanwhile, Kang Seo was dealing with his own crap at work. Some lady was complaining that the company wouldn't cover parking. She was really pushing them to fix the situation. She was pissed that they had to pay for parking with their crummy salaries. Seo tried to calm her down, but she just kept steamrolling him. He figured he'd turn on the charm and asked her to chill out. The woman's eyes lit up when he promised to get more involved. Eventually, she caved and stopped with the yelling. She said goodbye, happy he'd bought her a coffee. Kang Seo gave a tired smile, barely holding it together. He couldn't figure out how someone could talk so much without stopping. The guy was beat, since they'd been having the same conversation in every store. He wanted to go back to his old ways, but he was fighting it hard. He pulled out his phone, surprised to see a text from Yu Yurin. Seo didn't reply and headed home to get the lowdown from Haru. Guess he managed to forget about her coworker with that name in the meantime. He couldn't even place her after his girl gave him a few hints. Took him a few minutes to finally jog his memory about this chick. As soon as it clicked, the first thing out of his mouth was shorty. He couldn't figure out how she tracked him down or why she was hitting him up. He agreed with Haru that you can find anyone if you really want to. Haru said he didn't have to explain himself and could talk to her if he wanted. Even though she said that, he could tell she was bummed out. She explained she was trying to trust him. That's why she was saying it. She couldn't help but wonder if she was maybe laying it on a little thick with the whole trust thing. So bottom line, Kang Seo just straight up deleted his account. His excuse was he was sick of getting messages from randoms. He reminded her she told him to deal with it himself, which he did. He didn't want to meddle in her work stuff, but said to keep her distance from Yerin. Haru was caught off guard that he'd tell her something like that. It really got her attention, especially when he brought something else up. He said again he was craving something sweet and suggested grabbing some ice cream. The next day, she was back at it, grinding away at her work. Haru walked into the cafeteria with her boss for lunch. The woman was back on her rant about how much Yerin gets on her nerves. Haru was still pissed that she'd been texting some other girl's dude. Even so, she told herself it was too early to get worked up about it. The boss wasn't digging how Yeren was trying to suck up to everyone. On top of that, she couldn't figure out why she was fronting like she was loaded. Haru wasn't really paying attention and just figured her family might be like that. The boss had a feeling she was hiding something, that she was a real piece of work. She turned her attention to So-gyung, who was busting her butt to get a full-time job. Haru noticed that So-gyung had started eating lunch alone lately. Ever since then, she'd been keeping an eye on the hard-working girl. She headed back to the office and heard the company phone ringing. She saw Professor So was calling and picked up. Turns out, he wanted to reschedule their meeting, but nobody told her. She instantly processed the details, and something felt off. After a quick back and forth about dates, she hung up. The girl let out a tired sigh, relieved she dodged a bullet. She turned around and saw that girl from the cafeteria. Last week, she covered her calls and didn't mention this whole thing. So-gyung apologized for forgetting to pass on the message. Haru found that weird, since she never messed up. She figured the girl must just be swamped with work. So-gyung promised to be more careful and apologized. Before letting her go, Haru decided to take a look at the papers in her hand. She quickly scanned the text, which she'd seen before. Haru immediately realized it wasn't So-gyung's work. She looked at the girl and said that it was Yeren's responsibility. Now she understood why Yeren's work had suddenly become so perfect. She told So-gyung that she shouldn't be taking on Yeren's workload. Haru promised she'd talk about it and told her to refuse next time. After a little while, she asked Yeren to step aside for a minute. Yeren immediately sensed something was up and felt a wave of anxiety. Turns out, Haru wanted to talk in the restroom. She tried to joke around, comparing Haru to a schoolyard bully. The girl asked why she was dumping her work on her coworker. Yeren tried to act all cool, but it just made things worse. She claimed she was super busy and only asked for help that one time. Besides, she figured she could push her around since she was the junior. Haru got pissed and said everyone else in the office was way busier than her. She demanded she explain why she thought she could just pass the buck to others. Haru added she needed to learn some limits and decided to drop it. She wanted to leave, but Yeren decided to ask one last question. So, the girl asked if she was being a jerk because she texted her boyfriend. She tried to claim she just wanted to ask him what to get her for her birthday. Haru called her out on the fake concern and said she didn't need it. She added that, for Yerim, it was such a small thing, she wouldn't even remember it. The girl insisted she should get back to work and walked off. Yerim tried to go back to her desk, but froze in the middle of the office. Haru was shocked when she saw her breaking down in tears. She stopped right in front of So-gyung and was sobbing like a baby. She was begging for forgiveness, saying she only wanted to help her get settled in faster. Yerim let her know that she found out about it from Jong-haru. So-gyung felt awkward and just said everything was cool. Yeren totally got what she wanted, making Haru look like the bad guy to everyone else. That same night, someone texted her saying she'd gone too far. The others were saying it was like she was bullying her at work. Besides that, the other managers thought Yeren was rich and had all the charm. Haru was feeling drained, because she never thought things would blow up like this. She knew Yeren had started cozying up to some of the top managers. They were the ones shaping the rumors and general vibe around the office. On top of that, Yeren was all about those high-end brands and fancy stuff. Now, Haru realized those words were just twisted versions of what she'd actually said. No matter how much she regrets it, she still hooked up with married dudes. On top of that, she blew off So-gyung and acted all high and mighty. And get this! She pretended to be a hard worker, but she was just procrastinating. Up until now, Haru had been okay with thinking of her as, like, a decent person. She figured there was nothing that Yeren could ever take from her. Besides all that, Yeren was always trying to be polite and respectful. Haru stared thoughtfully at the spot where Yeren had been crying. All of this was getting on her nerves so bad, she couldn't even focus on her work. She decided to head down to the coffee shop to grab a cappuccino. She quickly thanked the barista and grabbed her cup. The girl was so lost in thought, she didn't even see the guy coming. She immediately apologized and asked if he was okay. I think it took them both a second to recognize each other. Jae-yoon was stoked when he realized it was Haru standing there. He politely asked if she was headed home. She apologized again for the coffee and offered to pay for the dry cleaning. Jae-yoon said it was no big deal, those stains come right out. He asked how she'd been, since they hadn't seen each other in ages. She felt awkward, because that whole thing could have been a real mess. She didn't want to lead him on and was worried about how things might go. Haru knew how cocky she sounded, but she couldn't stay silent. She came clean and told him she was seeing Kang Seo again. She apologized for using him so unfairly. Jaehyun knew all this already, since she'd already said she wasn't feeling it. He asked if she ever considered that he might still be hung up on her. The dude said he genuinely hoped they'd be super happy together. Haru was surprised, since he and Seo weren't exactly best buds. It cheered her up that he wasn't carrying a torch for her. In the end, they exchanged pleasantries and said their goodbyes. Haru had no idea this whole thing was being caught on camera. Yerin thought she was hot stuff and could mess with Haru. The next day, Kang Seo sent Haru an invitation to a hotel. He suggested they go together at 7 p.m. after work. Haru replied with a smile, noticing his new stickers. It was actually her birthday, which he wanted to celebrate. The boss walked up to her, congratulated her, and offered a gift. She wanted to know exactly how she planned to spend her birthday. The boss was amazed it was the fanciest hotel in town. She patted Haru on the shoulder and sincerely congratulated her. She guessed her boyfriend might pop the question. The boss mentioned her husband proposed when they were eating some dirt-cheap lunch. She was cutting up canned mackerel, and he popped the question. Haru noticed her coworkers were deep in some kind of gossip session. The second they saw Haru looking, they clammed right up. Haru immediately figured they were talking smack about her. Their coworker burst into the office, saying they had a major situation on their hands. He insisted on an emergency meeting of the planning department to deal with it. Haru said the documents were ready and suggested they head over ASAP. This company was totally on board before, but now they've backed out. The boss was about to say Haru forgot her phone, but she was already gone. In the end, she decided to leave it at the girls' workstation. After that, she left the office and followed the rest of the team. Yerin hid in the far corner of the room and waited for everyone to leave. She held her breath and found Haru's phone lying on the desk. Meanwhile, the employees were heatedly discussing the new problem. After the meeting, they returned to the office and hammered out the new details. Haru frantically started preparing the presentation for their work trip. She knew this could take a while, so she decided to get in touch with Seo. The girl started texting that urgent matters had come up at work. Imagine her surprise when she saw the phone suddenly shut off. She swore it was charged, but she was holding a dead brick. She couldn't believe her phone crapped out on her at the worst possible time. She heard the seal complete and knew it was time to bolt. She was running out of time, so she decided she'd reach out before the end of the day. A couple hours later, Kang Seo finally arrived at the spot. He stared confidently at the beautiful little box with the ring inside. He was stoked he timed it with her birthday so she wouldn't suspect anything. The guy was practically buzzing, waiting to see her reaction. He was pretty sure she wouldn't cry, but he was sweating bullets about her saying no. Seo tried to tell himself that if she turned him down, it wouldn't really change anything anyway. An hour went by, and then he decided to try calling her. He was starting to freak out, thinking something might have happened to her. The guy was relieved to hear the waiter's voice, like he was greeting someone. You can imagine his surprise when it wasn't Haru who came to him. Meanwhile, the girl herself had just left work. They were so beat they could barely drag themselves along. The boss felt bad that she'd made them stay so late. That's when Haru finally remembered she had a date. She rushed over to the girl before she could head home. She asked to borrow her phone for a sec and stepped outside. She tried calling Kang Seo, but he wasn't picking up. The second she heard his voice, she started explaining everything. She apologized for not getting in touch with him all day. He was pissed because he was seriously worried about her. The girl got scared, realizing he was angrier than she thought. He finally told her to come home so they could talk. She sat down in front of him, feeling guilty, and apologized for everything for ages. He was furious that she couldn't find even a minute to text him. He sighed, exhausted, and accepted her story about not being able to get in touch. He asked if she'd seen Moon Jae-hyun recently. She instantly remembered running into him at the coffee shop yesterday. Haru claimed it was a coincidence and asked how he knew about it. Turns out, Yerin came to see him that night. She greeted him with a smile, saying she was happy to see him. Yerin had remembered him since her college days. Back then, she was sitting in the cafeteria, talking to some guy she knew. She wasn't interested in anything he was saying, but she was being polite. He said he was heading to the army soon, and she'd be stuck going to university alone. That's when she immediately noticed the hottie by the exit. Her boyfriend totally caught her reaction. He called her out for the way her eyes lit up around every new guy. Yerin got pissed and asked him what business it was of his. She called him a moron and then headed for the door. Girl instantly threw on her gloves. It was freezing out. Too bad for her. The hottie was already long gone. That day, she vowed to get his number next time she saw him. After that, she answered a call and asked for a ride after class. Ever since then, she'd been dreaming about the popular hottie, Kang Seo. After all these years, her desperate dream was finally coming true. She was shocked when she realized he really didn't remember her and wasn't just playing dumb. Looks like Kang Seo's forgotten who she even is again. He played dumb, acting like he remembered, and asked if she had the wrong place. She said she came specifically for him and reminded him they went to the same college. Seo frowned and asked if he knew her from somewhere. She said she only found out about how popular he was after he graduated. He told her to leave, but she said Madame Jung wasn't coming. She held out her phone so he'd understand why she was there. He froze, staring intently at that picture of his girl. The dude definitely wasn't expecting them to meet up like this again. Yerin smirked and said she figured he might know something about it. She mentioned there'd been rumors about those two at work for a while now. Seo tried to hide it, but it bugged him that they were working together. He felt helpless, just hoping his worries were unfounded. Kang Seo was really hoping they wouldn't even accidentally run into each other. Despite his hopes, the whole situation unfolded right in front of him. Yerin said it was getting out of hand, since she'd seen them together a couple of times already. She didn't think Haru had any right to act like that, even if they were just friends. The girl said she only came because she felt bad for him. The guy figured it could be a setup, but he didn't let on. Yerin was secretly thrilled, happy with how easy this was. She was taken aback when Kang Se asked her how old she was now. He smirked after hearing she was 27. The guy added that for her age, she had the mind of a 17-year-old girl. He figured they had a reason for meeting, and one photo didn't tell the whole story. He didn't know how she knew he was here, but he thought she was clueless. The guy got closer to her and said he wasn't falling for any of this. He called her out for keeping this up, even though he couldn't even remember her name. Yerin shouted that it was a lie, since the rumors at work had been going around forever. The guy tossed the bouquet on the floor and said he understood how much she looked down on people. He stepped on it, saying that people are told to choose their friends wisely because of people like her. Seo offered her the flowers since Haru didn't show. He even said she could at least eat, since he already made the reservation. As soon as Haru heard that story, she called BS. She didn't want to make excuses, but insisted there was nothing going on between them. The guy said he believed that they weren't a thing. She was bummed because she couldn't get a hold of him. He said they were done talking about the rumors, but he was still pissed. Haru apologized again and thanked him for believing her. She walked up to him and guessed it must have been rough on him. She hugged him tight and apologized for it happening because of her. Kang Seo stroked her hair and said they'd already been through this. They both agreed they didn't want to repeat that whole mess again. He then thoughtfully twirled a beautiful chain in his fingers. She tried to figure out what he was doing, but he just told her to chill. Next thing she knew, a gorgeous silver pendant was around her neck. The guy grinned, all pleased with himself, and said it was her birthday present. He admitted he had to pick it out himself, last minute. You should have seen his face when she said it wasn't her birthday today. The dude was totally thrown, like what the heck was going on? He was floored by her statement. It just didn't line up with what he thought he knew. He said he even checked her ID to make sure the info was right. She told me about this time when she was a kid, and her mom was hitting the bottle pretty hard. All the women were talking about why her mom favored her son so much and couldn't stand her daughter. They were trying to figure out exactly when this girl was born. The day she was born, it was snowing like crazy. Her dad walked out on her mom the very day Haru was born. Things were good for them, but they were dirt poor by the time she came along. The girl figured that was why her mom hated her. The woman resented her because life went straight to hell after she was born. Haru admitted she never wanted to celebrate her birthday, not even once. Even so, she'd changed her tune because she had someone who wanted to celebrate it with her. She said all these changes were because of him. The guy was surprised and said she really knew how to give him a scare. Before, she never wanted to open up about the darker parts of her past. Now he realized she was actually a couple of months older than him. The second he called her older sis, she just froze. She never thought it would sound so awkward. He laughed and asked if she had a thing for younger guys. He liked her reaction, so he kept calling her that. He touched her face and said he didn't care where or when she was born. He kissed her and said he'd celebrate any day with her. Kang-seo always knew the right words to make her heart melt. She blushed even harder and mumbled something back to him. She suddenly remembered. What were they gonna do about that reservation? He said it was cool. They could always go another time. Then he jumped up and said her birthday was coming up real soon. Turns out, he even got her a birthday cake ready. He wanted to pop the question, but realized he had to hold off on that idea. The next day, Haru headed back to work. She was totally wiped out after everything that happened in bed. Even so, she was in a pretty good mood. She wasn't big on accessories, but this pendant just cheered her up. The girl looked up and saw a familiar face. Standing in front of her was Seo-gyung, looking all bummed out and lost in thought. Haru apologized for that whole dust-up with Yerin in the office the other day. After that, they went upstairs. But Seo-gyung clearly had something else she wanted to say. Before Haru could leave, the girl asked her to hang on a sec. She really wanted to share something important, but she was feeling anxious about it. They ended up heading back outside so they could talk about it in peace and quiet. Seo-gyung wanted to tell her what went down while she was away. She was talking about that day, the one when they went to that meeting. The girl got back to the office and noticed nobody was around. She was relieved to see Miss Yerin was in her office, though. So-gyung didn't suspect a thing, but kept watching anyway. You can imagine her shock when she spotted the phone. Yerin just dreamily picked it up and dunked it in a glass of water. She set it back on the desk and waited for a bit. Then, she grabbed a napkin from the table to cover her tracks. With a smile, she took the phone out of the glass and wiped it down. After that, she just casually put it back exactly where it was. She figured nobody'd see and went back, all dreamy-eyed. So-gyung was totally shocked by what she saw. Didn't even know what to do. Ultimately, she decided to spill the tea to Jung Hae-ru. Now the girl understood why her phone had been acting up. On top of that, she confessed she'd been doing Yerin's work all month. She was scared to tell Hae-ru since they were tight. Even so, she finally got the guts to talk about it, thanks to Hae-ru. She called her the only one who gave a damn about how she felt. After that, Hae-ru headed back to the office. She could feel her rage building, getting stronger every second. The girl immediately found Yerin and stared right into her eyes. Cool as you like, she looked away and let out a little giggle. Looks like she knew Hae-ru was onto her and wanted to mess with her head. She had no idea the kind of thoughts that were brewing in Hae-ru's mind. Hae-ru's eyes darted around and landed on a pair of scissors on the table. She casually walked over to the table and snatched them up. The next thing you know, she was creeping up on Yerin and suddenly swung her arm.